Good Meridian. How is everyone doing? Go ahead and throw that into chat. I think we're going to have a special guest on just in a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes. We're expecting Coolio from DFK Helper. Hey Grady, how are you doing? Welcome on in, man. I think we're expecting Coolio to come in and talk to me a little bit about DFK Helper today. Tim Butters, welcome on in. How are y'all doing today? What is on y'all's agenda? There's so many videos I need to catch up on. Yeah, Grady, you've been putting out a ton of content the last couple of days, maybe even the last week. A lot more than usual. It's hard to keep up. Yeah, DFK Helper. So, Nobel, man, it's been a while, Nobel. Absolutely. It's been a while for me to be off and on as well. So, yeah, let me get set. Let me get a little organized here. I think Coolio is going to be showing up here in about 5 minutes. We had a tentative time set for sometime between 11 and 12 Pacific time, which for me in Central Time, that should start about 1 p.m., which is in about 4 minutes. And we're going to talk a little bit about DFK Helper and automation. I really want to get a lot more intelligent, skilled, educated about how to use this great tool. I feel like I'm not taking full advantage of it. Well, I shouldn't say I feel. I know I'm not taking full advantage of it. And I'd like to take a little bit more advantage of it. And I'd also like to maybe be able to answer a couple of other people's questions about it as well and help do some things. Yeah. So I asked if either Zellies or Coolio could come on, and it sounds like they're going to do that. So that's the plan for today. Let's see, Nobel, welcome on in. I am doing well myself. I know you're asking how everyone is doing, so I'll let them respond. But I'm feeling a lot better than I was a few weeks ago. Yeah, Grady's talking about all the content that we're putting out. Man, yeah, there's just so many awesome content creators these days in the DFK space. And really, I feel DFK is not even taken off yet at all. You know, I mean, it might feel that way a little bit. It's like, oh man, there's a lot going on right now. But I think personally that we're still seeing the very beginning of it, right? There's still right now, after this bear market, I know some of y'all are saying 1,000 players. I do not think that there's 1,000 individual human beings playing. I know there might be 1,000 active wallets, perhaps, but I know, as an example, Grady has got several wallets. I've got several wallets. I know that other people have several wallets. And if let's say each person on average has 2 wallets, then that 1,000 active wallets turns into only 500 players, right? I think one good way to look at players, if we want to do that, we can like look at Discord messages perhaps in a way. And I know that not everyone gets on Discord, but let's just take a quick look as an example. So if we come over to Discord and we look at the current contests, right? And I know that not everyone gets into contests, but if we look here, there's about 500 people clicking on this contest here. There's about 400 clicking on that one. 100 people clicked on that, 55, there's 530. But I don't see a ton of another 503, 543. And I do agree, not everyone's going to get into Discord. All right, here's 1,000 different people. I'm wondering though, if this has, if some of this stuff is maybe a little bit more to do with maybe multiple accounts again. Seems a little interesting that we've got 1,000 on some of these, but only 500 on most, or even less than 500. Something else that we can easily look at is coming over to YouTube as an example, and let's go over to AMAs, right? So we look at DeFi Kingdoms AMA, and I would say that a majority of the people in the community are watching AMAs, right? 600 views, 700 views. In fact, let's just go to DeFi Kingdoms channel itself directly. 700 views, there's 1,000 views, 2,000. So there's maybe 1,000, 600, 700. Some of these might be from Crypto Grady watching multiple times as well. Let's see. Crypto Grady says, I did a good one with Zelly's last night. Oh, did you, Grady? Yeah, you know, I think I might have remembered you said something about that. So I need to go and look, absolutely, at what y'all are, what y'all talked about. So Grady, I'm going to assume that you talked about DFK Helper last night. Is that right? I have friends who are finally coming back. Yeah, Tim. I think that's something too. You know, there had been a much larger amount of players, and I think a lot of them got hit with the crypto crash and a bunch of other stuff. And so it's really good to hear that they're finally taking a look at it. I remember back in like 2014 or so, there was a, that was one of the first crashes that I was involved in at the end of 2013 and the beginning of 2014. And I remember doing a little bit of trying to buy and sell, even through the big dip, even through the crash of 2014. I was trying to do some buying and selling for a few months. So I should say several months. But eventually I got tired of that, a little burned out, and found other things to get involved with, right? And then I kind of put crypto on the back burner. I still had some crypto, but I put it on the back burner for, I don't know, I guess about a year and a half, while I was doing other things. And then the same thing, I guess around 2017, 18. Of course, we had that big bull run in 2015, 16. And that was, of course, a lot of people got excited again. And it's always good to be in on that time. But then again, through 2017 and 18, I kind of put it on the back burner a little bit. I think people go through those phases. So now that we're in this bear market, and we're seeing that DeFi Kingdoms is still building, and they're getting so close to some really good stuff. And I think that a lot more people recognize that crypto is good. It is here to stay. That we see some people recognizing that now at the bottom is a good time to get in. All right, so Grady says, yes, I have been, I guess you were, your video was Ellis, did talk about the DFK Helper. Awesome. I'm definitely going to need to go and look at that, because that is exactly what I want to get a little bit more skilled at myself. One of the things about the duels, as just a quick example, a little while back, we had to put in our hero IDs into the duels part of the spreadsheet for our solo, our squad of 3, or our war of 9. So I've got our hero ID numbers in there. And now I think with the new way that they're doing duels, I don't even know if we need to be using this part of the spreadsheet anymore. I think it's all about these other things down here. And I guess we could maybe pick a specific pool. Maybe I could just move some of these items into these 3 rows, I think. And then there's an AI pool where the AI kind of manages different collections of heroes, which is supposed to be a little bit more dynamic and better. But I'm not exactly sure how that works. And Zelly's set this line up for me himself. And it seems, the way it seems to be working is it's just pulling, I wouldn't say a random hero. So there is an AI that I think is supposed to be pulling the best hero. That's not a repeated hero, right? So part of the thing with the new duels is you just can't keep sending the same hero or groups of heroes one, again and again and again right after each other. And so you need to mix it up a little bit. That's what I understand. I haven't really had time to focus on duels very much, but if I can have a bot manage that for me, I'd rather get some income from that, right? And so Zella's just hopped in here the other day and set this line up for me really quick. And I'm pretty sure I understand it. Every 15 minutes, every quarter hour, it's probably going to be sending the top single hero that's available to be sent at the time into a mix. The thing that I don't particularly like about this is that I've always felt that solos are way more random than if you have a squad or a war, right? I think if you were to set up a good squad or war, then you'd have a little bit of an edge, maybe, as long as you picked good heroes for your squad and your war, right? Complementary and all that kind of stuff. And so that's one of my questions that's going to be for today. Then items. I had a little bit of an issue setting up items. I think that got fixed. For some reason, the spreadsheet wasn't working for me when I was trying to buy certain items. And I don't remember what Zealous had to do with that, but I do think he actually needed to have some kind of a fix in there for that. And let me see, it looks like maybe he's added another item here. This is a Crystal Vale Lesser Fortitude Crystal, which is the same as we have here. We're buying in Crystal Vale and also in Serendale. Interesting. Yeah, so I think Zealous added that line for me as well, although I didn't really want to be buying in Crystal Vale. It's fine that we're doing that for now. But I think I just wanted to check and make sure that I was doing everything fine in here. And then, of course, for the heroes, and I've kind of messed up my sheet a little bit in that I've got a bunch of blank area up here. And then I'm kind of playing around with some of the items, kind of moving around and organizing. What I'm really trying to do is sort it by hero ID number. And so I'm trying to get all of the Serendale, Harmony, original Harmony blockchain heroes with their low number of IDs listed first. And then, of course, we'll do Crystal Vale with the one, what is that, trillions? Let's see what we got. There's thousands, millions, billions, trillion. Yeah, so it's a trillion number. So we've got the 1 trillion for Crystal Vale and the 2 trillion for Serendale, right? And then the old Harmony has the smaller numbers. I'm trying to get all that set up so I can more easily find the heroes that I'm looking for in this big list. But as you can see, I've got some crazy things going on. I'm not sure if this was always true, but Selly's certainly, I'm pretty sure, made a change, probably specifically for me, which again is just amazing that he can get in there and do it really fast too. So I wanted to send my gardener fishing. I've got a couple of gardeners that I want to send fishing. You might be asking, why would you do that, Rock? That's pretty silly. Yeah, I'm aware that we probably do not want to be sending gardeners fishing, but I do not have any funds in Crystal Vale liquidity pools at all. So if gardeners are trying to go garden in Crystal Vale, they're going to be pulling out such small amounts that I don't really think it's worth it to send them gardening. So I got to have them doing something else. And one of the things that we could have them do is do fishing or something else, right? Even though they're not very efficient at it at the beginning. But at this point, I've got some fairly efficient fishers and foragers that weren't originally fishers and foragers. So they're actually bringing back some fairly decent things now. And at some point, I will end up putting more funds into the Crystal Vale gardens, and then I'll just reset these back to doing gardening like they should. But in the meantime, what else are you going to do with your gardeners? Let's see. I've got a lot of these that are set to false for not leveling up, and they are really designed to be a permanent Fight Club set of heroes. So lots of these are level 1s for Fight Club level 1s or baby cups. Some of these have other levels, like this 2 and this 4 are supposed to be for, like here's a Fight Club max level 4 for the lightweight. And I've got my little notes over here saying that we're going to use this one for lightweight. This hero right here was supposed to be for baby cup, but at some point it accidentally, or maybe I manually leveled it up. And so that was a problem. So now I'm like, well, what can we use this for? Since it had been used for baby cup, maybe we could use it for lightweight. But as y'all know, those of you that do Fight Club, some of those heroes work for some weight classes, but aren't really great for other weight classes. So maybe I'll need to talk to Crypto Grady at some point. Maybe I'll hop on his stream and or Bogside Chats or somebody. But I think Grady's pretty open and kind of knows quite a bit about the Fight Club stuff these days. That maybe I can hop on his channel at some point and ask a little bit about if this particular hero is any good for Fight Club anymore, or if not, if we've already lost the chance and there could be better heroes to use, then maybe we'll just let this one level up and just be a gardener that's gonna do garden stuff, right? Yeah, baby. All right, let me catch up and chat a little bit. I've rambled on for a little bit here. Been gone since the Harmony hack. Yeah, the Harmony, man, some of those hacks and the FTX stuff and the Harmony hack and all that kind of stuff just really piled on last year. I think this year is going to be, my personal thought is this year's also going to be a bear market. We're going to not see any big rallies. We might see a little bit of a bull rally, perhaps. I think we're probably going to see lower lows is what I'm hearing from a lot of other things that I'm listening to. And so we're not going to see massive gains, but I think next year in 2024, we're going to see some really big gains, or start to see some big gains. And then maybe in 2025, we'll see the really, really big gains that we've seen a year or two ago. And so I think now is a really good time to build and get all of your ducks in a row for that time, right? Do some dollar cost averaging, DCA in a little bit more, add some more funds if you can. You know, don't go overboard, don't put yourself in any bad situations. You know, get into liquidity pools, buy the heroes that you want. I think now's a fantastic time. Heroes are pretty inexpensive. I think liquidity pool stuff is really good to get in and just, you know, stack that jewel, right? Or if you're a little concerned, like I am, that maybe crypto's going to go down another leg briefly, then maybe convert some of that to USDT or USDC, wait for that leg down. Again, hope for that leg down if you're doing that, I guess. And then get back in, buy more back later once we go down another 20% maybe. Again, that is such a risk, so be careful with that. Don't take my word for it. I'm not a financial advisor. But I am keeping some off in USDC and USDT in expectation. Of course, I also want to keep Jewel as well, so I'm kind of splitting a little bit between Jewel and USDT and USDC. In fact, I've even much more strongly considered getting in those specific garden pools since I want a little bit of both right now. But I'm still trying to toss up exactly what I want to do with the majority of my funds for that. A lot of guys just read the AMAs. Yeah, that is true. A lot of people are just reading the AMAs. They're not necessarily watching the video streams. That's true. Wiggly in the house. Hey, Wiggly, how are you doing, man? Let's see, can't stay long, but wanted to pop in, share some love. I appreciate that so much, even if y'all can just stop in for a minute. TuneFed is in the house. Hey, and Pran. Hey, welcome on in. Juan, FC. I send my extra gardeners to mine gold. Exactly, that's another really good thing as well. So, yeah, whether you're sending your gardeners to mine gold or whether you're sending them to do fishing or gardening, fishing or foraging or whatever you're doing, definitely those gardeners need to get to work, right? They just can't be sitting around. So you got to do something with them. And I don't think that this DFK helper tool used to be able to send your heroes to different professions than they were really geared for. Like I said, I don't think that was true. And then I asked for it and Zealous threw it together real quick. If he had already done it, that was great. He just showed me how to do it. But I seem to remember when we were talking about that, it wasn't a capability at that time. So it was really cool that he did that. And he did it fast too. So how are you doing, Juan? Hirok, are you using level up crystals when leveling up all of your heroes? And I will say no. Here, oh man, let me show you a little bit. So I've got a couple of bots that I use for this stuff. And Juan, I don't know if you're using automation tools or any type of bots, but let me just show you a little bit about this particular one. Coolio's going to show up in the house and he helps Zelly's work with DFK Helper, which is what screen we're looking at right now, his spreadsheet. And we're going to talk about this spreadsheet and this automation tool a little bit later. But since we're on the screen, let me just show you, we've got hero ID numbers right here. And these hero IDs are going to level up with vitality, endurance, and strength, and intelligence, wisdom, and endurance, and all these type of things right here. And then, is it true that we're going to automatically level up, or is it false that we're not going to level these up automatically? And then these things, or these two columns here, are about, do we want to use a crystal when leveling them up or not? So the green check marks, yes, we want to use a crystal. We're going to use Lesser Fortitude crystal on this particular hero ID. We're not going to be using crystals on these three heroes. We are going to be using crystals, Lesser Insight crystals, Lesser Vigor, and so on. So as you can see, some of the heroes we are leveling up with crystals and some of them we aren't, right? And like the Gen0, so I've got 4 Gen0s that are here with these red marks right over here. And those 4 Gen0s, notice that I'm leveling those up with greater fortitude, greater might, greater insight crystals for those heroes, right? Just because I want them to do a little bit better. However, here's a not a Gen0 that I'm leveling up with a greater crystal as well. Here's a greater swiftness crystal. So a lot of that also has to do with what this hero actually is. And to be honest, I don't really even know what this hero is at the moment. Let's Control C and take a copy of this. And then let's come over to hero data, pop it into here, and see what this actually is. So that is a thief, warrior, gardener, common. So why am I using a greater crystal on that? Let's come back over here. I have no idea, to be honest. I might need to take a closer look at this one. Why am I using a greater crystal on that one? And this one too. So a couple of these, I was thinking that I would like, here's one that I do want to use, or I've got set up for a greater, man, what? I'm definitely going to need to look at these because I don't think that there were so many that should have had greater crystals. But one of the reasons that I might use a greater crystal on something is if it's a legendary or a mythic, or if it was something like that I was trying to build up for Fight Club specifically, or trying to be a combat hero specifically, then I would really want to build it up maybe more than normal, or more than some of these other heroes. But let me show you something else too. So this is DFK Helper, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more when Coolio gets in. But let me show you something else too. I also am a massive fan of the waifu bot, and let me open up this other sheet. So waifu bot has a level up spec sheet that we can specify how we level things up. And let me just show you as an example here. So I've got some specific heroes. Like here is a Gen0 pirate mining, and we've got that hero ID. This says lesser fortitude, but I've more recently changed this to greater fortitude, might, and insight crystals for these Gen0s. I used to be doing lesser for a couple of things, and I said no, these Gen0s we probably want to do greater. And then I've got other special cases where certain hero IDs are leveled up with strength, dex, and endurance without crystals, and then some of them do have crystals right there, right? And then down here, this is what I really wanted to show you. And so first thing I want to make sure that I'm pointing out to you is specific hero IDs I have specific goals for, something in mind. It's going to be a combat hero, it's going to be for Fight Club, it's going to be something, I've got a specific use for it, or it's a legendary or a mythic, and I want to make sure that I'm doing something very, very specific with it. Like this one right here, it's a pirate fisher, but it already has a super high luck, and so I wanted to give it a little bit more specific luck. Of course, that's not specifically addressing your crystal question, but notice I am using a fortune crystal on it, even though it's a pirate fisher right there, just to help boost the luck because it already had a lot of luck, right? So in that particular case, I am. But here, this is what I really wanted to show you, and that is the waifu bot has a way that we can give specific hero IDs specific boosts and level ups, but then I've got my spec sheet set up to do generic level ups for archers. So all the rest of the archers that don't have specific things, I level up all my archers this way, or level up all my berserkers this way, or level up all my dark knights this way. And that means that archer foragers and archer miners who are foraging archers who are a little bit better, I mean, foraging is their best profession, mining is their second best profession, then because of those, I want to use a finesse crystal or a fortitude crystal. So I'm kind of fine-tuning the archer a little bit based on the profession that he has. But notice I'm still using dex, strength, and endurance, or I'm using dex and then strength and endurance here as well. So the archer still has dex, strength, and endurance in either case, with dex being the primary one, but I'm slightly modifying it with a different crystal based on whether it's doing foraging or mining to kind of boost it up in that part of the profession a little bit. I know that a lot of times people might say, well, we don't want to focus on profession too much, and I think that as PvP becomes more of a reality, then maybe I'll need to rethink this, and I'll want to maybe get away from these specific crystals and maybe I'll want to gear them to a little bit more PvP, PvE stuff. Notice that here, archers do not make very good fishers or gardeners. So in that particular case, I do not want to waste crystals on these heroes down here that aren't really geared towards professions. Again, this might change when PvP and PvE come out, and we might want to still use some crystals. But here's what my thinking is, and that is, right now, if you're a legendary or you're a mythic, I'm ignoring the automated level ups unless I specifically have given a level up here. But if we don't have a specific level up, then I'm ignoring all the other level ups from down here. I'm saying don't go beyond this part of the file if we haven't leveled up from something specific. And that means that if I have a legendary or mythic, I can be a lot more specific, and I do want to give them a very specific line if I haven't already. So we're not going to do legendaries and mythics according to this chart down here, right? And so for that, I would say, in general, going forward, common heroes, I'm really thinking that I do not want to waste crystals on common heroes. Right now, I have been using crystals on common heroes just because we haven't had PvP, PvE. I've got some crystals. I want the best heroes that I can get right now and for the last 12 months. And so I felt that it's okay to use those crystals on some of these heroes. But I certainly would not fault anyone right now for hoarding the crystals and not spending them. And so you've got a lot of these crystals saved up for later on when PvP and PvE comes out. Then you've got this whole stack of crystals that you haven't used, and then you can start using them to level up your heroes from this point on, or your new heroes that you get, because as soon as we know more about what PvP and PvE is like, I think we're going to do better from now over the next 6 months, leveling up our heroes and looking for specific things than we did a year ago, right? So I think a year ago, there were some people that were trying to level up based on genes and all this kind of stuff. But I know that I wasn't a year ago trying to level up based on genes or anything like that. And so a lot of the heroes I have right now are probably not leveled up very well, right? I didn't know, or I wasn't thinking about focusing on those. So my feeling is that a lot of the heroes I have right now are going to be just gardeners, or when I say gardeners, I really just mean non-PvP, non-PvE workers. They're not going to be customized to that. And so in that particular case, maybe some of my crystal use would have been not used very well, right? But I think this really answers your question. It's a complex question. There's a lot of parts to it. It's not really a yes or no answer. And I think, sometimes I have very long-winded answers like now. But I think that hopefully my answer has given you a whole lot of detail in how I'm choosing that, and the fact that it is fluid. And as we get closer to PvP, PvE, even my attitude towards things, I'm even aware that my attitude towards things is going to be changing and doing different things with it. I think as soon as PvP and PvE come out, and that when it actually comes out, I will probably not use any crystals on common heroes at all ever. Is my thinking right now. Maybe there'll be an instance when I would want to, but I would say that common heroes and common pets are probably just going to be in a grind type workforce, where I've got a wallet of 100 common heroes, maybe with some common pets, or maybe even the pets can't be common. I know there's been some talk that common pets might not even be able to provide enough benefit to support themselves and support the feeding, right? So that might be an issue also. But certainly common heroes, a wallet of 100 common heroes just working in the background doing foraging and fishing and mining and all this kind of stuff, questing, is going to be bringing in some small amount of income. And if I've got 10 wallets of 100 heroes each eventually, then each of those wallets I think of like a small engine, and each of those engines is kind of like a passive income stream. Then I've got 10 of these passive income streams building money, and if those are common heroes working in the background without crystals, I think that's fine, right? Let's see. Ghost Panda in the house. DFK Helper is so good. It is. It's very good. In fact, Coolio should be joining us sometime any minute now, between now and 30 minutes. I think Coolio is planning to be here at lunch, so that'll be good. Let's see. In fact, tell you what, let me do. Let me come back over here and say hello, because maybe he's thinking somewhere else. Yes, live on stream. Okay, so it looks like Coolio could be joining us at any minute. We'll have to see how that goes. I'm not sure if he understood that I was planning on streaming, and for him to jump on stream, it sounds like maybe he's thinking that we're just going to do this off stream. It's fine with me either way. Let's see. Juan says, maybe they have advanced or higher skills. Yes, exactly right. So that could be something true also, Juan, is that some of the things might have elite or transcendent or maybe even advanced abilities, but those type of heroes, you would probably want to have a higher type of crystal. I don't think with my heroes specifically that my heroes, I've not really focused on a lot of that yet, just because I want to wait and see how things turn out before I start focusing on that or spending too much money on that kind of thing. Although I do think that it's really good to be looking at that right now. Just because I'm not doing it doesn't mean that anyone else shouldn't. I think it would be, it's probably better to be looking at the elite and advanced and transcendent abilities and all that kind of stuff. I have a little under 100 heroes. I need to get my hands on a bot. Yeah, I would definitely say so, Juan. I think that the waifu bot is good, but there's also some major advantages, I think, for this DFK helper. It really just depends on what you're trying to do, and I think it also depends on how many heroes you have, probably, and then also just the abilities that you want to be able to do. Like, again, for DFK helper, to be able to sell the items and to buy the items, to be able to go on the duels and all that kind of stuff. There's something with the summoning, which I haven't even looked at yet, but hopefully when Coolio gets here, we'll be able to talk about that a little bit as well. And so there's a whole lot to it that I really haven't had a chance to touch very much yet. But yeah, it is really good. Yeah, I'm glad that helps, Juan. And if you have any other questions, do not hesitate to ask. Sabu in the house. Hey, how's it going? Hit that like button, please. Thanks, Sabu. Always appreciate when you all support the channel. Sporko, how are you doing? Coolio's in the house. Woohoo! Coolio, did you want to just stay in chat, or did you want me to set up the Discord? And if you wanted to jump on the voice channel in Discord to chat through it a little bit? I don't know what's easiest for you, and I don't want to put you too out of your way. You let me know what's the easiest thing for you, and we'll do that. I know that you had asked in the in our chat what are we going to be going over, and I think I just want to kind of skim over a few of these things. Looks like you're ready to do a Discord thing, so let me get over there. So I think you know the Darlantis Discord. Let's go into the gaming section, and I should be there right now if you want to jump in. And Grady, if you wanted to jump in also, or anybody really, I'm happy to have any of y'all into the Darlantis chat. All right. So let's see. While Coolio is making his way over to the Discord thing, let me just talk a little bit here. So Coolio, what the plan is for today is I feel like I'm missing out on some of the features of DFK Helper, and I also want to be able to talk about it a little bit more fluently and with coming from a more educated place. When there are people in the stream that have questions, I want to be able to answer those questions a little bit better. And I feel like right now, I'm missing too much of it. Not sure if I can find Arlance. Can I find? Yeah, let me send you a link. Let's do this here. You could just type I think you can type exclamation mark Discord. Let's just try that in chat. And I just want to make sure that that does work. And it should spit out a URL. So I think you can go there, Coolio. And then from there, there is a voice channel for gaming. Yeah, I know. The DFK community has so many Discord channels, it's crazy. I think, I used to go through all of the Discord channels on a regular basis and pop in and read the announcements from each of them. I haven't done that in a while. It takes a little bit of time to do that now. I want to get back to that. I think it's an important thing for the community to run through all the Discords. So I would like to do it. But there are a lot of them these days. In fact, there's more than can fit on my screen. Hey, here's Coolio.
Hey, Rock, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Great to have a chat with you.
Yeah, I got a few minutes here. I just got on lunch, so
okay.
Well, there's gonna be some noise in the background with some friends playing Smash.
That's fine. Let me first, since you say you just have a little bit of time, you're on lunch. How much time do you have? Because I don't want to.
About 25 minutes.
25. Okay, perfect. Like I said, I don't think we need a lot of time. I think you probably heard me say a minute ago, I really just want to get a little bit of a brush up on a few things, make sure I'm not missing anything, be able to talk more intelligently to my community here on the live streams about, what a great tool this is. And I feel like I'm missing some things that I really would like to be more educated on. So let's see. First off, can you see my screen? Do I need to share this? I think...
No, I can see it. I can see it okay.
I think the YouTube is like 10 to 30 seconds behind Discord. So if I start flipping around screens and I'm pointing at things and you're having problems, I can share on Discord as well if we need to.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
That'd be great if you could.
In fact, I may as well just do that, right? Let's go and share that screen and go live with that. Okay, awesome. There you go.
Perfect.
So, what we're looking at here is, of course, my first tab, right? And I'm making some changes in it, and I'm trying to get things organized based on ID numbers. Like I want to sort it based on ID numbers, right?
Okay.
That's just to help me when I'm trying to find, when I've got hundreds and hundreds of heroes.
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
I understand. Absolutely. So one thing that I suggest is, first of all, we're not going to be on this UI forever. Like Google Sheets is awesome. They take care of a lot of the security stuff in the background.
Yeah.
But we do have plans to go elsewhere. But in the meantime, there's definitely a lot of things you can do. So for the first thing I would suggest is making sure, this is very important, okay?
Yeah.
Especially if I'm doing this on a video. When you see, how there's the list for sale option, or the basically sell heroes option?
Yes.
If you do this wrong, we have fail safes in the back, right? That you can't sell below a certain price that's at the floor.
Yeah.
But you still want to sell the hero at the right price you want to sell. So
right.
Make sure that every sell hero that you have is either unchecked. Actually, go to your advanced tab at the bottom. See the advanced tab?
Yep.
Okay, click on that advanced tab.
Yep.
And then you're going to see auto hero sale.
Yes.
And see how that's off right now. So if a user is doing this, they want to make sure that's off when doing this.
Yep.
So good. So it's off. So we can go back to our main tab.
Mm-hmm.
One rock. And okay, so that's only as a fail safe of like, we want to be extra secure on everything that we do. So next you're going to highlight by clicking and holding from A all the way to notes, which I think is S on your sheet.
A to S, like that.
Yeah. So yeah, column A to column S, and hold that. All right. So it's going to select all of those. Actually, I see you added additional information to the right, it looks like.
That's correct. And so I know how to use the spreadsheet enough to sort like what you're trying to show me. But because I added stuff over here to the right, this is supposed to line up. It's supposed to be giving me more information, like the hero's name and their class and stuff, on top of what the spreadsheet gives me. And because of that, I just can't sort the whole thing because y'all have stuck this little assignment section right here, which is fine. I'm not complaining, or I'm not saying y'all need to change that, but it makes these 27 lines a little bit more difficult for me to manage in here, right?
Sure. So I see two solutions for you. Number one is you can. You good?
I'm sorry, Coolio. I did not mean to take up any of our limited 25 minutes of time for this.
I got you. Okay, go for it.
I'm just pointing out that I'm making a mess of my sheet right here. Just so you know, during our conversation, what's going on is that I'm trying to organize all this a little bit better. I did hear, maybe on Crypto Grady's stream or something, or maybe I saw it in a Discord that y'all were moving away from the spreadsheet UI. So I think that's good. Do you have a time frame or estimated, like within a month? Is that a month away, 6 months away?
Let's just pretend that it's not soon, and that way that when it is soon, it surprises people. Perfect.
Love it. So to me, that says that I shouldn't hold out on making these changes and waiting a few months. I should go ahead and make these changes that I want to make on the spreadsheet now. That's fine. So here's a couple of things that I was a little, just want to touch on real quickly. One is, I thought I saw somewhere that if I do not specify the stats on something, that there is a automated way, I think right here, maybe this is a new section where it says common heroes are going to level up based on stat, profession, and top growth, and not common heroes top 3 growth. Is that true?
Yeah, and the reason we did that for this UI is because we don't want to take up too much information or space on the Excel sheet. But yeah, that's true. So all common heroes, you can, if you click on the drop down arrow next to it.
Yep. Let me get back there and do that.
So you're gonna have, I think, four. Well, I need to add one in for you because I know I added one to the template. I'll add that for you as well. One is actually 2 more. I'll add for you, which is vitality and wisdom and intelligence. I think for mana and HP.
Right.
And then the other
like the way Zabu does it, right, with vitality for all the stuff. Yeah.
Exactly.
Awesome.
Yeah. So the MP HP boost, and then the other one is 2 professions and luck for drop rates. So so those are 2 options. And then what you can do is for common heroes, because a lot of people have a lot of their common heroes to just quest for them without leveling up, and sometimes they level up, but all other non-commons they want to do different things for. So with stats and profession and top growth, right, then that's pretty self-explanatory. If you're a gardener, you do vitality wisdom, and then your top growth, if you're, whatever you are, dreadnought, you do strength or whatever.
Right.
So, and then the bottom 3 growth is for rounding out your hero. Some people like to do that. But exactly, if you allow that to be stats, profession, and top growth, and then you go back to your main tab, you're going to see that every hero that you don't assign a stat to, if they're common, will, upon level up, if level up is true, where I think column H, it's hard to see, but if that's set to true, then they'll just level up by whatever you have preset in the advanced tab.
Right. And that's one thing that I wanted to double check on, which I think is pretty cool. Now that one of the things that I had a little bit of an issue on when I first started the spreadsheet is adding all of these lines, or adding all the heroes in and then selecting what stats I want them, like vitality, wisdom, agility, and vitality strength, took a bit of time to figure out, which was something that with the waifu bot was super, super easy to do. And so coming from that into this, I was like, man, this is taking a whole lot of time for all these heroes. So I'm really happy to see now that y'all have a much easier way to just leave these blank and then be able to control that from the advanced tab in specific sets. So I think that's really cool. Okay. The other thing that I had, but I still love your flexibility. There's a lot more flexibility here in this tool than in any of the other bot stuff that I've seen so far. So one of the things that I really liked that I want to point out, I'm not sure if it's always been this way or if Zelly's specifically made a change for me, but being able to send gardeners fishing as an example. Sure. That's really the main thing. I'll go ahead and say it to you. I think I've said it to Zellius one time. But this was the main draw point for me away from some other tools that I'd been using. Because gardeners, you can only send gardening. Fishers, you can only send fishing. And most of the time, that is what I want to do, send them to the proper professions. But there are a couple of times when I do want the ability to do it. And so I love the fact that we're able to change those professions when and if needed.
Yeah, and you realize you can edit it however you want. Like you can edit your heroes to go on whatever amount of stamina you want to put them on with as many people as you want to put them on any quest you want to put them on.
Yeah, that's something else that I have not dived into yet, and we do not have time to talk about it today. But I do remember seeing Zellius mention something about having total flexibility with this, which is really awesome. I think I would like to see a little bit more of like a course. And so one of the things that I saw the other day, I was asking about a video, if y'all have done a video on this, and maybe you haven't, but I know that you were talking about in the Discord for DFK Helper. Let me pull that up real quick. I think you gave everyone access to helpful videos. So let me pull that up here real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, I had it to just users just so that they could, just people who are using it could see it. But I just opened it up because I figured, well, why not just make it available so it's an easy way for people to understand what's going on.
So do any of these videos go into that kind of detail about that full customization you're talking about now? Or is there any other video somewhere else? Has anyone made a video that gets into that level of detail?
No, that's a good point. I think I didn't mention the way to customize it in the video. There was more of a brief tutorial on kind of the generalities of what each button does and kind of, how to work it. Mm-hmm. I am going to offer a more advanced tutorial here in a little bit about how to clean up your sheet, kind of like what you were talking about.
Yeah.
How to add and take off heroes easily, how to find them easily, all that kind of stuff. And I'll throw the additional quests in there as well.
Yeah. I would love to help do some videos also, but as I think you and maybe some of the other community is seeing by now, I have a lot of things that I want to do that I just don't seem to be able to get to.
Same.
Yeah, I know. And one of the things that I would love to do that I've been thinking about for months now, like ever since I started using DFK Helper, is I've wanted to provide some time on my channel to help educate people that are interested with this great tool, but I still have not had a really good chance to do it. And again, that's one of the reasons I wanted to bring or interact with you and Zealous a little bit so I can learn and help pass some of this on. One of the ways, rather than taking your time, if there was a video, I would want to learn that way. But if there's not, then maybe me learning, putting some videos out will be better than nothing. But I think having someone do a much more professional type video, whether it's you or someone like Brown Gent or Crypto Grady or something like that, would probably be a good idea. And then even though I want to, maybe I won't get around to it too quickly. Anyway, I don't want to spend a lot of time on that, but I did want to show the videos that y'all have in your Discord to the people and just recognize for myself that there are some videos there, they're probably not complete. Okay.
Yeah, so I would say that it's basically, I mean, honestly, that was the only thing that I can think of right now that I didn't add in there was the advanced thing. It's about a 13-minute video. It goes over every tab.
Gotcha.
in relative detail, I mean, I go as quickly as I can in order to not bore people and make it efficient. But I have that. I have the PGP encryption, because people wonder about what is PGP, what is encryption, how does it work?
Yeah.
How to set it up. And then the other one I did is on Born site, dfkcluster.app. How do you easily use that to send and transfer heroes?
Yeah, I see a bridging thing right in here too. Yeah, very cool. So let's talk about, let me go through some of these other columns and just make sure that I've got everything set. Stop at level, that's another thing that other tools have not had the ability to, which I was requesting, and that some of the other developers were like, well, we're not gonna, we don't have time to do that, or that's low on the totem pole. So I'm really, really glad to see that I can set a stop at level for some of this stuff, or, don't advance. So that's really good for specific heroes, whereas some of the other tools say, all right, let's not quest any of our heroes past, level 100, for example. Here I can choose each individual hero and set what level. And that's really, really good, I feel, for making sure that my Fight Club heroes don't go over the levels that I want my Fight Club heroes to not go over, right?
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Exactly.
If you click on, click on the drop down for true false under should auto level.
Yeah.
So any of those drop downs. So there's 4 total options. So you have true, false, warn, which will warn you when you hit your maximum XP. Then warn at stop. So a lot of people want to watch those mythics level up at level 5, level 10, level 15, etc.
Yes.
So if you click warn at stop and then you put level 4, it'll only level to level 4, and then it will warn you and say, hey, this is the level. Nice.
Yeah, that is definitely something that I would want to show people, because you are right. Levels 5 and 10, 15, I guess, that is something people are going to want to see for themselves. They're going to take pictures. They might want to do a little special, crystal or whatever that maybe they don't normally do. So that is a very good point for those.
And every crystal is implementable in the attunement section.
So I was looking at that the other day. We got atonement crystals, chaos crystals, all the greater, lesser, normal crystals, which is massive. Also, I'm looking in here, the Moksha runes and Shvasa runes. Would those
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
No.
I was thinking,
don't worry about that.
Why are those in there? Okay. So
no, that was a quick copy and paste. I'll probably edit that sometime. Again, there's lots of things I want to do. It's just making the time.
No worries there. The auto rent is great. The rent price is great. I've done that for my Gen0s and some other stuff before. Auto sell, I understand that. The sell price. The stamina inject enabled. That is if we want that hero to use stamina potions, and then you have a inject max level. So I remember, I don't have any heroes right now, but I wanted to get one of my Gen0s stamina potioned up to level 10 real quick. So they would have the level 10 tier usage, right? But I didn't want them to go over that. And so I really appreciated the fact that I could inject stamina potions and then up to a specific level. So that was really nice. Cancel rent and sales. What's that column for?
So that's just if you want to, it'll run through it once a day. And it'll cancel any.
I see.
Any if they're renting or selling, it'll just cancel them for you.
Gotcha.
Say you take it off, right? Auto sell or something like that.
Yep.
Or say you do a manual one or something like that too. You can just click there and it'll delist it for you. So it's like canceling it. Gotcha. It's very simple.
And of course we got the notes, and then I needed a little bit more space, so I added a bunch of stuff over here. I wonder if there's a way, man, I don't want to give y'all more work to do, but I wonder if there would be a button or some kind of an easy way on the spreadsheet here for us to specify a hero ID number. Like if I could just put a hero ID number into the column B, and then maybe click another button somewhere that says like load from blockchain or load from database or whatever. And then at some point it could go and fill in like the fact that it's a minor and some other stuff like with some defaults. I don't know.
Yeah, autofill. So part of the reason we want to move to our own UI is because Google Sheets doesn't allow implementation.
Gotcha. And that's fine. And I can wait on that. It's not too big of a deal. Okay, since we have limited time, let me just check over here with items. So I had a little bit of problems with items last week. As I was preparing to do this talk with you, I wanted to run through some things and just make sure that I understood a little bit before I even had this talk with you. And I was having some difficulties, but I think it was an issue, a programming issue that Zelly's actually fixed. So it wasn't.
No, yeah, I actually looked into that further and talked with them. It wasn't necessarily the programming or coding logic side of it. It was just slippage.
That's right. That's right. Slippage.
So if it's over a set slippage, it won't buy it for you.
Right. And so
I guess it was kind of in a way. Yeah, I guess it was.
Yeah, because the program wouldn't go over a certain slippage, and so the program had to be changed to allow the greater slippage. Right. Yeah. And so I think after that change was made, everything is working fine now. However, one of the things that I was curious about, I noticed that on all these items, I set these keep to 9999 and trigger at 20,000 right now. I forget what they were before, but I was really concerned about coming over into the advanced tab, turning on auto buy and auto sell, and having, like right here, I think gold was set at 5,000 keep and trigger at 10,000. And I'm like, dude, I've got way more than that. I don't want to be turning that on and automatically having all my gold sold. Right. And so I was questioning, and maybe I could make that as a suggestion. Maybe we need to make those higher numbers just to avoid a potential catastrophe. I don't know. But,
sure. The main thing I try to do for new users and when people onboard is to say, hey, these are all the things in the advanced tab that will turn these things on, and then I show them the numbers of what's kind of going on at the time. But because I mean, gold, like some people keep, some people don't. But yeah, I could definitely set it. I mean, in the template at a higher interval, like 1 million, because I mean, I have 1 million gold that I try to keep and then sell everything about it. So I mean, yeah, I could definitely do that.
Yeah. So here we've got quantity limit per interval, and I guess what here you're saying is, so there's going to be a sell interval, which I'm not sure what that is. It's on the advanced tab, I think, somewhere down here. There's a auto buy sell interval.
No. So
sell interval hours.
Right? So that's different. That's going to be different. That auto sell interval hours is how often. I mean, it actually kind of correlates. It's basically how often the code is going to run through and perform the actions that are in one item's tab.
Right. And so my thinking was only sell 2,000 at a time, or only sell 500 at a time every so often, right? That's what that means.
Every hour or whatever. Yeah. So you look at the time and then you look at the amount there.
Yeah. Awesome. And I think I understand most of the rest of this: buy above and sell below. For duels, so I had a few questions on this. These first 3 lines are the old duels where we had to put in the hero ID numbers for these. And now I don't think that these first 3 rows are getting used at all. Is that right, or am I wrong?
No, so it's however you want to do it. So these are just options for you. Somebody got just owned in Smash, I guess. But,
oh no.
So solo squad and war 1, those are just going to be your basic input for everything. So it's very manual. The pools is going to take, and there's 3 options here. If you click on top ranks drop down menu. You can either do top ranks, top stats, or top mix.
So that was something that I wanted to hear more about, and I didn't see anything on this page that kind of described like what that means to be top mix. I mean, I kind of get an idea, top stats, rank, and mix a little bit. Like take the top ranked heroes.
Yeah, I really briefly mentioned it in my video, but it's basically top stats is pretty self-explanatory. It's just going to be your, the hero with the top stats. And then if you want to see any of these, you can go to your Telegram bot feed and type in top stats CV. If you type in / commands, it'll show you all your commands that you can do.
Right.
And then if you use those commands, top mix, top stats, top rank, it'll show you which heroes are what, so you know what it's doing. But the way that it's ran, top mix is our own proprietary algorithm that a few of us came up with. I would say mostly Sandwich. I helped with some brief stuff in the beginning. I would say mostly Zealous and Sandwich kind of created it because they're pretty smart, especially Sandwich with duels. Yeah. And
what it does is it takes the top. It uses things like standard deviation, other stuff that's going to take into account your best hero. And sorry, that's top ranks, by the way. And so it's kind of our own thing. Now you can make a mix of those, like what we think are really, really good heroes along with top stats, and that's what top mix is. And that's the one I use the most. That's the one I found the most profitable.
Gotcha. So I was a little confused because like these first 3 rows where I have a hard-coded set of 9 for war, I don't really know a lot about duels or the new, like after the new update especially. But it's my understanding that you can't rerun the same set one, back to back, right? Is that true?
Yeah, you can.
You can.
So you can. Well, I mean, you can use one in squad, and then you can use it. It's basically they limit the amount of times that you can use it. I think it's per day, I want to say.
Right. And so if you wanted to run more, you'd have to use different sets, I guess.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking.
So I need to add I'm sorry, Rock. I do need to add a few columns in here that we have just come up with.
Okay.
So one of those being top class, where you can take into account your class bonus.
Right.
Because there's now the class bonus, which is 20% or something like that.
Right. And
so I'll add that in there, but so what that does is I'll just kind of explain the pool one, for example. So solo pool 1, you have your top ranks, and then there's nothing else here. But you would want to put in where it says top X heroes a certain value, like 10, for example, in the column R. And that's going to take.
So that'll pool the top 10 heroes that I have for those stats.
It will, but then the pool itself will allow you to enter any amount of heroes. You can make more columns for that pool. So,
okay. And all those heroes have to be between column H and Q, or you can add more before the Q, I guess?
Or after. Yeah, well, after P probably. I would
yeah, after P is what I really meant. Yeah. And so go ahead.
Oh, so what it'll do is it'll take what out of however many you pull from and whatever hero IDs you put in, it will pull out of that the top mix, the top ranks, or the top stats. Now what the AI does is you don't enter anything. Right. It just pulls your top 10 best in that category.
Right.
And then it works for you.
Right, that's what this one's doing. So like what I'm noticing right here for these new rows is that, before I was very meticulous about going out and buying groups of swamp and mountain heroes with strength and luck. And I don't see, at least right now, and these that I have that same ability to say, hey, these are the specific heroes that I've chosen out with, mountains and strength as an example. But I think what you're saying is that I could just put all those in these, like from hero 1 through 9 or whatever, but maybe I'd want 18 heroes or 30 heroes where they could rotate through that whole pool multiple times a day, more than just one set of 9 could go through, right?
Yeah, so that's why I specifically just use the AI. That's what I use, because the AI, Zealous configured it so that it's gonna pull the best, and then when it comes to the background, the stat, all that kind of stuff, it'll automatically look at what the best one is out of the pool of heroes that it chose from.
Gotcha. So here, without having any heroes listed, it's looking at my entire collection of all my heroes, whereas I could, if I wanted to, list specific hero IDs, and it would just look in those heroes.
Right. Yeah. So there's the manual, there's the pool where you set your heroes, and then there's the AI, which is the AI does everything.
Right. And what I'm understanding then is there's really no reason to list the heroes, because why would you take the time to list specific heroes when the AI is just going to pull from all of your heroes then, right?
Right. And if somebody's super adamant about these are the heroes I want and this is how I want to do it, they have the option. It just makes more sense to me.
Gotcha. Okay. That sounds really good. That makes it easier for me or any of us to just find the types of heroes we want, drop them into our wallet, and then the AI does all the stuff for us. So that's amazing. And Coolio, I know it's a little bit after the time. There's so much more I want to, like Grady talked about auto liquidity, and I want to talk a little bit more about the advanced and the summons. So there is more things, but I want to respect your time. And if you need to go,
you're okay.
maybe we can have another day.
Boss, yeah, we can keep going until my boss yells at me. I mean, we're not doing too much right now. We're just moving some weights around and cleaning up a beaver fit. But
I appreciate
I got a little time.
I appreciate it, but I really, really do want to respect your time. And if you, I don't want to.
No, you're good. I'll stop you once I have to go. I'll say, hey, I got
okay. All right, and again, I don't want to wait until we piss your boss off. Just
no, he's fine. No,
okay.
no. I was joking. I was joking. He's very cool, and
all right.
We actually took lunch a little later. So
nice. Okay, so let's talk about a few things. Grady is saying, ask him about auto liquidity. Now, I thought that might be in the items thing, but I think Grady might actually be talking about something else, maybe under the advanced tab too. So, do you know specifically what he's referring to there?
Yeah, he's probably talking about the items tab.
The items tab for the auto liquidity. So setting a buy and sell. So one of the things that I noticed here that I didn't notice before, I'm glad, I think Zelly's added this last line for CV, for the lesser fortitude crystals. I'm glad that it's actually added in there, and I might even suggest that y'all add it in there for new people too, where it's easy to see that we can add our own things in, and it's okay to have multiple lines where one of them's Serendale, one of them's Crystal Vale. So am I understanding right that we can just add our own lines in whenever we want?
Yep, absolutely. As long as you drag down that the dark gray area.
We have to drag the dark gray area. Okay, copy paste it down as well.
Yeah,
okay.
and in all the new templates, I kind of explain that further. I guess Ellis did type that in there, but
all right. And so, as far as auto liquidity goes, so I guess what that also means is we could set up multiple lines for Serendale fortitude crystals, right? So I could say buy a certain amount between a certain range and then buy more between another certain range. And so like 3 buys with different amounts at different ranges.
Yep,
and
absolutely. As many as you want.
Nice. Nice.
50.
That is really cool, because that would certainly allow us to more automate like a market maker, I think, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
So that'll be amazing. Yeah, so that'll be really, really good. Really appreciate that. And Grady, if there was something more you wanted me to ask about,
there is. So I think if you click on any of the drop downs for sell or buy, just click on one of them.
Just like the drop downs.
Yeah, so see where it says sell or buy.
Oh yeah,
actions
down in here. I see. Yes. Yeah.
So click on one of those. So you have 5 options here. So you can.
Hang on. Let me not change one that I already have set. Let me do this one. Okay. So in here.
Yep. Any of those. So you can sell it, which is obvious. Send it, which is going to send to your parent wallet.
Yep.
LP, which is I think what he's talking about, and what LP does is it takes whatever amount that you set you want to write for the trigger, you want to keep in the trigger. So say you have 100 gold. I'll just use this as an example. Yeah. And you triggered it at 200 gold to LP. Right now we have our LP is crystal. Now as we have more time and can expand further, like we're doing so many other things that the LPing is not our focus right now, we'll offer other things that you can split it into. But for example, say you have 100 gold and you reach 200 gold with a trigger at 200. Okay, so it's gonna take 100 gold, because that's the difference between the keep and the trigger, 100, and it'll sell half of that gold into crystal.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, so 50 gold into crystal right now.
Yep.
Whatever the region's currency is. So if you're in Serendale, it'll do it for jade, and then it'll LP those two together. So it'll be half gold, half crystal.
Yeah, I see that a little on the notes part over there, which is, I remember reading that. So that's really cool. Yeah, so you've got an automatic adding to liquidity pools there. That's, I think, probably what he does mean. That's really cool too. Although maybe I'm doing something wrong with those liquidity pools. I don't want to take up any of your time on this, but I've had some liquidity pools between things like crystal and eggs or milkweed or something like that for like 5 months now. And I haven't really noticed much of any gains in that. And so it's a little disappointing as far as that goes. Nothing to say about this tool, of course, but just my own personal stuff.
like a 2.5%, or it's like point. It's very low.
It's even less than that, I think, or it feels that way.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't want to take up any time, but it's very cool that you have this, because I do know that at some points people were making some good money on this.
Yeah.
So
I still LP myself.
So here's let me just ask real quick, since we're on this topic. One of the things, let me hop over to another spreadsheet just real quick, and let me show you what I'm looking at for my liquidity pool, and I'll show you in a great example. So here I've got crystal and milkweed, right? And I started off with crystal and milkweed months ago, and I don't know if I've got the date right here, but this was probably around, this date is the 24th of November. It's 22 year, 11 month, 24 day, and it's probably when this line was created as well. And so on the 24th of November, I had 60 milkweed and 11 crystal, right? And then as time has gone by, that has not really changed much at all. I still have 85 milkweed now, so it's gone up to 20, it's gone up by 20 milkweed, but I've lost from 11 crystal down to 8.3 crystal. So to me, that is hardly, I mean, I've gained more milkweed, but I've lost some crystal, and there's this balancing act, and I don't think that I've really gained much of anything in those many months.
Yeah, so I mean, this goes back to the fundamentals of impermanent loss and gardening. Like if you put just a little bit in gardens, for example, like I have in a few gardens, right? When you try to harvest your garden, you're gonna see that, hey, I barely got anything here. So I think if the balancing act holds out, obviously these are the fundamentals. Everybody knows this stuff, but like the least volatile, or even if they are volatile, as long as they rebalance over, and I would say over years, if you have a significant amount in them and you keep accumulating, because it's rebalancing all the time. I definitely am. I'm not a maxi by any means, but I do a little bit here and there consistently, kind of like a piggy bank, right, where you consistently over time put it in.
Right.
So I don't know. I'll say it's more of an experiment, I guess. But
yeah. Well, so
I hear you. I definitely hear you.
Well, here's the thing. I definitely want to say and acknowledge that I'm very familiar with impermanent loss, and I'm not scared of impermanent loss. And I know that these things are adjusting all the time. But here's my thinking. If we see that there's a 60, and this is not anything about DFK Helper, by the way. I just want to make sure that people out there who might be listening aren't thinking this is anything to do with DFK Helper. This is to do with my thinking about the gains from liquidity pools. And so if we've got 60 milkweed to 80, that's a 25 milkweed difference over these months, right? 25 milkweed difference. And it's about a 3 crystal difference. So 3 crystals and 25 milkweed is the impermanent loss and difference of that. And so if we come over here into the marketplace and we look at the trader and we say, all right, there was a, let's go over to the proper blockchain. And
it'd be interesting to see the DEX screener and what they have on milkweed and crystal evaluations over since you're put it in.
Yeah, we could take a look at that too. So if we come over here to crystal and then look at milkweed, DFK milkweed, and click on that. And if I were to take those same 3 crystal, I would be able to buy 38 milkweed rather than the 25 milkweed that I actually have, right? So to me, that makes no sense to put this stuff in a liquidity pool right here, right? Because this gain from 60 to 85 milkweed cost me 3 crystal, whereas I could just come to the trader and spend 3 crystal and buy 38 milkweed. And part of what I'm getting at, or I guess maybe something I don't understand or I haven't seen in my own personal experiences, to me, if I've got this money or this value right here that I'm putting in the liquidity pool, to me, it makes a lot more sense to convert this into something like Jade and Ethereum and put that into a proper Gardens liquidity pool and be making 1100% APR rather than the super tiny amount that I'm making right here. So I can't imagine that a liquidity pool with this stuff could ever get me 1100% APR, right? Or even 100% APR. And so I'm not really sure why I would want to do this.
So my only thinking is long term. Now, in the short term, I think I would agree with you 100%. And actually, I probably should switch that over. But long term, with items and the ability to blacksmith and feature pets and all those kind of things, I definitely see a lot of transactions, because that's the main thing, right? With these LPs is how many transactions they're going through.
That's true.
How much volatility is going through. So I do see, like, for example, tiers. I just saw Grady. He's talking about his tiers LP. Like, there will be fluctuation. So, like, obviously, like you're saying, watch out for impermanent loss. But I think once the game really starts to be implemented, like we have Wisdom doing all that they're doing, like PvP is going to be awesome. I definitely see the transactions coming through at a lot faster rate, and thus people who have LP'd and have larger portions in those LPs as receiving more, like it's a lot of theory. It's a lot of tokenomic theory. But I see why LPing can be good, but I do agree with you that the safest and most conservative and most profitable, like if you're just looking at it plainly right now, would absolutely be to LP with Jade and Jewel or whatever, 100%.
Yeah, and I don't want to spend your time right now. I do want to get back to chat and address some of the Tim Butters and Grady's stuff here. But again, I need to put more pen and paper to it. I just cannot see the liquidity pool doing better than the 1100% APR that we have right now, or even a 100 or 200% APR. So to me, I'd rather not put it in a liquidity pool, put it into a garden pool, and then buy those items, because I would probably be able to buy a lot more eggs. Or, Grady was talking about tiers. I could probably buy a lot more tiers if I had put those funds into, Jade Ethereum a couple of weeks ago. Right? Instead of the liquidity pool.
No,
anyway,
that is good.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that with your time right now, but being able for your tool, for DFK Helper, to be able to do liquidity pools, I think is fantastic. So even though I personally have a question about it right now for myself, I love the fact that your tool is so flexible that for those people that do want to use it, it is here. And so it is definitely worth pointing out that, you can set up liquidity pools, and it's automatically going to trigger selling off some of those items and adding to a liquidity pool too automatically. So that is really good to know and to show. So thank you for providing that. And then it looks like alchemy stuff too. What's alchemy?
Can you mind putting your screen back up, by the way?
Do I not have it?
No.
I'm sorry.
I think well, it's okay.
Hang on a second.
Okay. So with
something's in the way, it looks like. There we go. Maybe that. There you go.
Oh no, I think it completely went off of Discord.
Oh. Did it stop sharing? Hang on a second.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, it looks like maybe it did. Share your screen, share that one. Okay, there we go. Go live.
So we do have a command in the Telegram bot. That will tell you if a certain item is better to make or to buy. So you can just put it in, and then you can come back here if you want. Auto alchemy, you can set the sell above, buy below price and all that kind of stuff, or not sell, but you can set the quantity amount you want. We're talking about alchemy, sorry. And then any stone you want, or any potion that you want, or anything like that, you can just set the amount, and it'll make it for you, so that you can then, craft stones and other things like that.
Yeah, like stamina potions specifically. I'm kind of thinking, right?
Yeah, a lot of people. That's the main reason we created it at first, and then as things, to pick up, it'll make more sense. But
Yeah, and the stones, I know a lot of people are doing that too, so that's very cool. Awesome. All right, so I think I understand that page pretty well. What about the summons? I haven't even looked at this. Is kind of new for y'all, right?
Yeah. This is something that people wanted for the Gen0 raffle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is because they just wanted to get out. And I'm sure they'll do more in the future, but you basically put the region that you want, the summon. You can create whatever name you want there for that summon group.
Sure.
You enable it, and then you select the 2 heroes that you want. You just put their IDs in hero 1 and 2. And
now,
yeah, so there's your list.
Yeah, so it looks like, let's say I've got one hero, one of my Gen 0s that I want to be summoning with quite often. And I'm noticing over here on the right-hand side, you've got rental alt 1, 2, and 3. Is that stuff that I can like look at the tavern for? Or it looks like these are my hero ID numbers, right?
Yeah, no, I'll have to ask Zealous about that, because that's one of the things I haven't asked him on.
Okay.
I think that's just talking about your alternate that you could use. I think he said rental, and I'm gonna guess that he meant something more along the lines of not as in hire, but as in summon with.
Yeah.
So it's just your alternate, like, hey, this is what I want to use if this one is not available, or. But you know what? He's smarter than me, so it might mean rental. It could actually might mean rental. I don't know how that would work, but I'll ask him.
When I saw this, I really got excited, and if DFK Helper is not doing this, then maybe I'll make a suggestion, and that is, I would love to have, like, be able to put one of my Gen 0s in here, or any of my heroes really, but I think it'd probably work best with Gen 0s, that would just permanently look in the tavern for other very specific specific Gen 0s that I would want to rent with, and then consistently, as soon as I see it pop up, do a summon with it, right?
So that's what we want to,
Okay.
and that's what we're working towards right now.
Okay, well, so maybe that's what this will be in the future then.
I think, that now that it's all coming together, that would.
That's
100%.
perfect.
We're right on board with you. We're always trying to make it better.
Yeah, absolutely. So I love that. And for now, though, it looks like I can put 2 of my own heroes together, give enhancement stones if I need to do that, or probably should be doing that for the most part, tiers and all that's good. So I think I pretty much understand what that is. And then I think finally, let's just run through this real quick. Enable regions, auto bridge from. Okay, so auto bridge from, I had some issues with that, and I looked here
recently.
Yes. Right.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, we had there's a small bug that we were with the bridger itself, which I think Zealous fixed, but
okay.
It was working fine. I think because we started to. The reason was that dueling in this new kind of way that they're doing it, we wanted to create a way that they could. You could auto duel, and then when it was out of for that day ability to, continue dueling, it would auto bridge over to the other region to continue dueling for you.
Oh wow! Okay, so kind of
so
like
that was wise.
Kind of like a loophole in the restriction on the wallet. You can still do it from the same wallet, but with another realm. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was. I think that's kind of how they want you to do it too. Is like you can. And I think that's why they set it up that way. So I wouldn't call it a loophole necessarily, but just a faster way to do what they intended.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. So if they want us to be doing that, that's awesome. And so I think what I saw here was from this auto bridge that I'm noticing this little bit of text over here that says bridge heroes from certain chains marked on that, but disable when not in active use. And I recognize that I had these checked like all the time forever, because I wanted to be able to come into, or I guess I didn't read this comment fully all the way through, and so I just wanted to be able to come over here and select, oops, I want to change it to a different realm, and just drop that down, and it would automatically switch over. But now, as I'm reading this, should we be turning these off when we're not actively bridging?
So that's kind of a universal rule for all things.
Okay.
The code is going to take time to run through everything it does, right?
Gotcha. Yes.
So it's going to have to check, okay, what's going on here with this bridging? Okay, well, let me run through it.
Right.
Which is going to slow your instance down. Now, it's not a significant amount, but if you want it to be the most efficient, which is kind of what we're going for, right? Is
Right.
complete efficiency in automation.
Right.
Anything that you turn on will require the code to work.
Yeah.
At that thing.
Gotcha.
So it's just more of like, an enhancement for, hey, you want it to go faster? Don't use it right now.
That makes sense. And now that I know that, I'll definitely, as I'm describing it to other people, I'll definitely point that out and push it onto them. So I'll turn mine off right there for the moment because I'm not actively doing it. And I'll see if the bridging ended up working from what I was trying to do the other day, now that y'all say that you've got something fixed. Auto claim airdrops, I think I understand that. Auto rent, I do. Auto raffle, auto harvest, I think is pretty self-explanatory. I like the fact that y'all have got these little notes over here. It really makes it helpful. Auto sell items. Auto LP, I think, is pretty self-explanatory. Auto buy, auto make, those things like the stamina vials. Summon, auto deposit. There was a few things down here though that I was a little unsure about. Let's get down here. Gas top when buying, allow more slippage. So yeah, this is the new thing that I think Zealous added to help me maybe specifically with the slippage issue. And now that it's 0.1, it is working fine, but maybe in general, we want to keep that down at like 0.05, right?
Sorry, 0.5? Yeah.
0.05.
Yeah, it depends.
Generally.
0.05, yeah.
Yeah. And then and then I did see that Zealous made a change to the Telegram messages where it kind of pointed out that there was some slippage stuff issues, maybe. I think I saw that. And so as long as we're seeing that in the so what the problem was earlier is that I was not seeing in the Telegram messages that the problem was slippage. Right?
I'm gonna have to roll.
Okay, no worries, man. Thanks for being here.
Is there, of course. Is there like one more thing that was standing out that you had a question on, or is that pretty good?
I think that's pretty good. The only other things was there's a little mix up in some of the wording on something somewhere, but I think it's fine, and I can talk to y'all about it behind the scenes. It was just something was on a wrong line, but sure. It's not.
And if you ever have any suggestions, please type them out in suggestions, and that way I can kind of sort through them and read them through a little easier.
Yep, absolutely. There was just a lot to talk about, so I thought that doing it voice would be a little bit faster. But anyway, I know you got to run. Thank you so much for being here, and I cannot wait to chat with you soon. And I'll do more stuff in the Discord.
All right, Rock. Good to be with you, man. I'll see you around.
All right, man. Thank you. Bye. All right. So, amazing stuff right here. I think a lot of y'all got some good heads up on that. Let's see. And then there was something else which I don't think I want to try to find again, but there was something somewhere down here that wasn't quite matching, like the notes weren't matching up with the action item on the left. But I don't think I want to mess with that right at the moment. So I think that pretty much covered everything that we wanted to do. For context, who was that guy? That was Coolio. And Zealous and Coolio are the two lead people that are putting together DFK Helper, this automated tool that we're using or looking at right here. So yeah, very cool to have him be able to take a few minutes of his time to come in and chat with us about this. So I feel like I know a lot more than I did, and I'll probably do some better things with this now. Let's see, let me catch up and chat a little bit. Since I was talking with Coolio there for a few minutes, I wasn't keeping up fully. Ask about liquidity, which I think we did. Ghost Panda says not looking at my watch or anything on top of class. Coolio and DFK stuff, absolutely. So Grady says my tier LP is smashing. So here's my question, Grady. I know you've talked about liquidity pools in the past, and I have to imagine, I mean, you're a smart guy. I have to imagine that you are actually seeing some really good gains. I can't imagine that you'd be saying that you're seeing these good gains if you're not really seeing them, right? So in my personal experience, I have not seen very good gains at all when I consider looking at the, you know, even 100% APR in Crystal Vale currently, right? Not Serendale, not the new Clayton blockchain stuff, but even on the DFK blockchain, Avalanche, and Crystal Vale with 100% APR. I mean, if I had put $5 of value into a Crystal Vale pool and at 100% APR, it would have an extra $2.50 right now, 6 months later. And I feel that the amount of some of these items that I could buy, like whether it's milkweed or tears or whatever, is probably more than what I've seen. And so I guess what I'm wondering, Grady, is even though you've seen some amazing results, have you compared that to what you would have had if you would have put that same USD value into 100% APR pool? And I'm not even talking about the 1000% APR from the Serendale stuff, although I think that would be a lot more telling. I think that would be an unfair example, right? Because I cannot imagine any way that even the tiers pool, liquidity pool that you're talking about would be giving 1100% APR. So I think that's a little unfair for me to ask that. But even 100% APR, have you done a comparison? Or do you just see that you've got a lot more tiers now and you're like, oh man, I've doubled my tiers, so I'm happy, or something like that? Let's see. I'm going to do a milkweed pool and see how it goes. Yeah, I'm really curious about this. I really would love to feel more confident about liquidity pools. I know that some people are having success with that. I'm not. So if I'm doing something wrong, if I'm understanding something wrong, I would love to know. Maybe what I'm thinking right now is I'm thinking that the growth in these pools is so small and I'm expecting something more than I should be expecting. Maybe I'm expecting, you know, a lot larger growth than I should be expecting, which is totally fine. But if I'm trying to get the most bang for my buck the quickest, my personal feeling right now is, well, I should not put them into these liquidity pools. I should put it into a garden pool, and then just with money that I'm pulling out, or with value that I'm pulling out from the garden pools, I'll just buy those items. Like I'll buy the tiers, right? So like as an example here today, I don't know how fast your tiers are growing, Grady, but let's come over here to the gardens for me real quick. And I'm gonna harvest, oops, this is not the right blockchain. Let's come over back to Clayton blockchain. And let's refresh this page. And then harvest. Let's mute that additional sound there. So let's view the harvest. And so I'm about to pull out, I'm not actually going to pull it out right now because I want to wait one day. So the next epoch is tomorrow at 4 p.m. And usually on the very last day, I wait until that switches over so I get a little bit more of a boost. So I don't want to pull this out today, but let's say that I pulled out 130 Jade. And let's come over here to the marketplace. And that's one day, right? So what you see in there is 1 day's worth of gains from my garden at 1100% APR. And so if I come over here and I pull out 130 Jade into DFK tiers, how many tiers would that get me? That'd give me 1,114 tiers with 1 day of my garden's gains, right? So is that what your growth looks like in the liquidity pools, Grady? Like one day you're making 1,100 tiers from your liquidity pool, from your tiers? 1,100 tiers in one day is what I would be looking at as a comparison. Otherwise, I would question why I would want to do that rather than put it into the gardens, right? And of course, there's a lot more than that. I shouldn't really, maybe I shouldn't make a statement quite like that, because there's a lot going on with the 1,100 tiers or the 130 jade gained. A lot of that has to do with what I have in the garden also, right? And if we're talking about putting that same dollar value, like for, what is this? This was, you know, how much am I putting into those gardens too, right? Let's see. Umar, hey Umar, how you doing? My tiers have been doing well too. So the real question, Umar, maybe you can help answer this as well, is let's figure out the dollar amount that we're putting in to the liquidity pools for the tiers and whatever, and then let's compare that to like 1,100 or even 500 or even 100% APR in the garden pool. How many tiers could you buy on a daily basis? And from what I'm seeing, I could buy 1,100 tiers every day from my garden gains right now, right? And that's at the current percentage for today, which is probably like 900% APR or something. Haitian Buffet, LPS scares me. So yeah, so the liquidity pools, why, like all liquidity pools scare you, Haitian Buffet, or just some? Because the rebalancing price change. So impermanent loss is kind of, I think, what we're talking about with that a little bit. And I know that a lot of people really speak poorly of impermanent loss, and it seems to be a really scary word or term, and the rebalancing. I personally am not overly scared of impermanent loss, like as impermanent loss. And there have been many times when I've shown impermanence loss calculators on stream, and how really the more global movement of those tokens, whether it's up, like right now we're in a bear market, and so there's a lot of loss overall. It doesn't have anything to do with impermanent loss. Even if both tokens, like let's say you got into Jewel and Crystal, and you're doing a liquidity pool with Jewel and Crystal, even if both Jewel and Crystal gain in value, both tokens go up in value, you can still have impermanent loss because one of the tokens gains more value faster than the other token, right? So it's really the difference. And I think some people don't understand so much that it's the difference in those tokens. Other people do, but I wouldn't be so concerned about the impermanent loss effect of that more than just the drop in value in the bear market, I think, is what should worry us a little bit more. I might start holding on to the tiers. I would say so. Tiers seem to be doing really good. I think Grady and some of the other guys have made a really good point for tiers a couple of weeks ago that a lot of us hadn't been thinking of. The pet hatching is one of the very specific aspects of that. The drop rate of tiers has dropped is another aspect of that. So I think tiers could be something pretty good to hold on to. I've been more cautious with my tiers for the last couple of months, but I will also say that I've been stocking up everything of mine for many months now, even on top of that. So, and this is not a complete list of all of my items. I think some of the items that I have here are getting sent off behind the scenes to one of my other accounts, right? But yeah, this is hardly anything, only 34 of these items and 15, yeah. So my items from here are getting sent off to another account that I have. But yeah, I've been holding on to my items for a while, and maybe we should go and take a look at another account really quick. This isn't necessarily the account that they're going to, but let's go over to here And then from here, let's go into the DFK chain, which is I think where most of something was kept. Let's just see what this looks like in here real quick. Maybe this is not going to show what I really want to show. Yeah, so this really isn't that big either, but I've got 2,700 tiers here, 377 frost drums and bloaters. This is still not the majority of stuff that I hold, but it's you can see a little bit more from here. So I've been holding on to a lot of these items rather than selling them because I think some of them will be useful in the future, and so on. And Grady's saying, I'll jump on soon. Yeah, Grady, feel free. You know, we've got the Discord going. I'm live on the Discord, so anytime any of y'all want to hop on, just go ahead and jump in. Let's see. Umarel says, with items you pair with it, what you don't mind more, of course. Yeah, so when you're pairing items for a liquidity pool, like from the Druid as an example, and you're buying seeds and you're pairing those different items, one of the things that you should do is make sure that you're pairing items that you don't mind having more or less than one or the other. And I think not with this account, but with my other account. Oh, no, it is with this account. So here you can see I've got some Lantern Eye and Crystal, and I've got some Crystal and Milkweed in this account. And this, I think, is actually the account. This Crystal and Milkweed is that account that we've been looking at before, where it started off to be 11 Crystal and 60 Milkweed. So it has gone up a little bit, but again, this is hardly anything compared to what I would have gained if I would have put this in, you know, the Serendale liquidity pools, especially when it says, because this has been sitting in here for, oh my goodness, 5 months now, or maybe more, maybe even 9 months. And so you're talking about a gain of like 60 Milkweed over 6 or 9 months, which is hardly any value at all of a gain. I mean, what is 60 Milkweed? Come over here, take a look at DFK Milkweed. And if we compare that to USDC, and we put 60 Milkweed is what I've gained, I'm talking about I've gained 40 cents over 6 months, right? To me, that's rough. When you consider the Serendale pools, right? And to be honest, it's not even that I've gained 60, because I've lost some, I've gone down in Crystal. So I had 11 Crystal and now, or 11.5 or 3, and now I've only got 9.5. So I've even gone down in Crystal. Although I've doubled the Milkweed, I've gone down in Crystal. So what I have gained is even less than 44 cents over 6 months of time in this particular pool. Now I'll agree that I don't have a lot of value in here, but still, the things that I'm doing, the experiments that I'm doing, seem to be showing that putting it into a incentivized garden pool would probably be a lot better for me. Let's see. Bravo Slab says, probably you are in fact doing something wrong. That's probably true, right? Maybe the fact that I'm using small amounts, maybe the fact that the time, I'm not giving enough time. But like I said, even if these are small amounts, I should still be seeing a good percentage of gain. And I can't imagine, you know, maybe one of the other things that I could be doing wrong perhaps is I'm getting into the wrong items. Like I've got Crystal and Milkweed paired up on the DFK chain. And maybe that's not active enough, as Coolio was mentioning earlier. It's not, not an active pair enough to be generating the income that really matters. Although, I mean, Milkweed, I think, is one of the reasons that I went with Crystal and Milkweed was because Milkweed is supposed to be part of the stamina potions, right? We come over here to the Alchemist. and we look at the stamina potions, then we can see here that milkweed is one of those items that if people are making stamina potions, I would think that they're trading for that. And on Crystal Veil, I would think that they're trading crystal quite a bit more, right? So that's why I initially got into that one. But, you know, maybe there's, you know, more to it than just those things. And so Tim is saying, well, people just buy stamina potions. Oh, you're probably right, but where do you buy those stamina potions from? So it's my understanding that you're either going to buy them from the vendor, and is it possible to buy something? Is it possible to buy stamina potions from the vendor? I don't think so. Right? Oops, wrong place. So if you go into the vendor, I don't think I've ever seen stamina potions available for sale in the vendor, right? And so my guess is, and again, unless I'm doing something wrong, you're not going to be buying them from the vendor. Instead, you're going to be buying them from, and as I see here, yeah, you're buying them from the trader. So how do they get into the trader then? If you come into here and you're saying, I want to buy a stamina potion, how do they get in here, right? How do they get in here to buy? I think I already know the answer, but I'll wait for y'all to say. Say I want to spend 50, or let's say I want to buy, you know, 6 stamina potions. It's going to cost me 60 crystal or 26 crystal. How do they get in here for me to buy? People create liquidity pools. Exactly right, goes Panda. People create these, and how do they get them? How do they get them? People put them into the liquidity pool. How do they get them, though? How do they get them to put them into the liquidity pool? My guess is that somebody uses the... somebody crafts them, right? Even if you aren't crafting them, even if, like you're saying, well, people buy them from the trader. You might be buying them, but somebody has to create them. Isn't that right? Maybe I'm totally mistaken with that. And so my point is, if 100 people are buying them, still there's at least 1 or 2 people that are creating those 100 of them, so they're buying them or they're doing something with that, right? And as we look at Dex Screener, let's go to Dex Screener real quick. I think I've got a page for it up here already. Crafted, but also raffles and duels. Oh, that is true. Raffles could be a way that you could get some and not be crafting them. That is true. I hadn't really given that a whole lot of thought. But that is true. So if we come over here and we look at DFK Milkweed as an example, and let's do it with crystal since I'm talking about crystal specifically right here. Then we should be able to see liquidity $245, market cap $8,600, volume right here. I don't really know if that's good or not for some of these items. $47 of volume does not seem like a lot. 16,000 milkweed, 1,028 or 280 crystal in there. And if we look at this, it looks like the volume here, there's been a little bit of volume. And so this is what's being traded. And so my thinking is that when we are invested in those pools, right? So I've got the pool that I'm invested in, the crystal and the milkweed, and I'm getting a certain small percentage of all of those trades that deal with that, right? So all of these trades that deal with milkweed, I'm getting a percentage of that, right? For months. And with all of those trades over the last several months, I'm down 3 crystal and I've gained 60 milkweed, and even if we say that, even if we discount the fact that I've lost some crystal, even if we just make up the fact or make up a falsity that I haven't lost any crystal, and we just say I've gained 60 milkweed, then that's still not a lot, right? Let's see. I think the team should have a contest for people that provide liquidity for items. More people would do it. Yeah, so like right now and for months, I have not been putting in more liquidity just because I don't really see a good use for that necessarily. I feel like I should probably be selling my items and putting it into the gardens for higher liquidity, rather than creating a pool for those things. But you're right, if they were to incentivize some of those a little bit more, I think that would be cool. But, you know, maybe there's a reason that they aren't or they don't. Maybe, you know, there's a lot smarter people than me that have looked at the tokenomics of it, and maybe they're already incentivizing it enough with the, 2%, I think, is what we're getting, 2% of the trade value. And so maybe that's what they considered was enough. I mean, enough people are still using liquidity pools. Like Grady swears by it, and I'm sure a lot of other people do too. I mean, if we look at this, we can see that there's 16,000 milkweed sitting in this pool. So obviously some people are feeling that this is good, right? Otherwise there wouldn't be 16,000 milkweed in here.
My man.
Hey, it's Crypto Grady in the house.
Man,
how are you?
I love you.
I love you too, man.
Dude, awesome stream. Great conversation.
Woo.
Okay, I've got a few things, like you're bringing up some good points, because yeah, a lot of times you're just better off going into the pools. Mm-hmm. You know, selling off the items into crystal or jade, like especially right now, you know, with jade, and over the past few weeks, that's hard to beat.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I will say this. So I'm just like shocked to hear about your milkweed. I'm like, okay, because
tell me.
Yeah, like because months ago, and this is probably, gosh, I guess it's over 6 months ago, but not too much over 6 months ago, I went in with milkweed, and that was still when Serendale 1.0 was popping, contests were popping, milkweed was popping. I think largely due to the contest, there was a lot of people doing stamina potions. So, I mean, at one point, milkweed, I remember one day it went up over 0.6 joule. Mm-hmm. And at that time, you know, joule was even worth a lot more. And so now milkweed is 0.03 joule.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. And so, okay.
So I think
during that time, I went in for about 8 weeks or less. Maybe it's even 6 weeks, but let's say it was more like 8 weeks. I guess it's possible it could have been a little more than 8 weeks, but I actually think it was less. But maybe it was 10 weeks. But let's just say 8 weeks, and I literally tripled my value of that pool.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So my milkweed was way up, and also I was in with Jewel at the time, and my Jewel was also up, not down.
Now, so hang on. Can I stop you for a minute here? Mm-hmm. Just for a second. So when you say your value tripled, are you talking about the USD value of that? Okay, so here's the question, and here's where maybe there's a little bit of a difference, and that is, let's say that you have 100 milkweed and it is worth $1 today, right? And then in a few months, you have that same 100 milkweed, you didn't do anything with it. It was sitting in your wallet, not doing a thing. Mm-hmm. And then in a couple of months, milkweed goes from $1 to $3, and you tripled your value. right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but it was not in a pool. 100% of what you see as a change of value had nothing to do with the liquidity pool. It was
Right.
all based on the increased value of the token or the item itself. So
Right.
here's the thing. If one of those items like milkweed goes up or down in value, or crystal goes up and down in value during that same time, I personally don't feel like I can attribute that to being in the liquidity pool, right? To you?
Right. But see, at that time there wasn't much of a change of value. So what happened was the amount of milkweed I pulled out was over triple, and the amount of jewel I pulled out at the time, I think, was maybe close to double.
Wow.
Yeah. And so the value of the milkweed hadn't changed much, or of jewel at the time when I pulled out. So it was just, I was like 38% maybe of the liquidity in the pool, and there was high trading volume. So it's low liquidity with high volume. And so that's the biggest key with the pools.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of times, you want to stay out okay. So here's another complicated thing that's happened with liquidity, since now we have multiple realms and multiple tokens. See, at the time, all the liquidity, everything was just jewel.
Right.
So there was like one liquidity pool for all the items, for the eggs, because I also like really did well in the eggs. I couldn't believe it. And so, but it wasn't competing at the time with crystal. It wasn't competing with gold either. So at the time, there wasn't any liquidity for gold. Well, one thing that kind of makes sense is if you've got a ton of gold and a ton of items, it makes sense to provide the liquidity with the items in gold, because but they won't perform really well. But if you want to hang on to the item, okay, and I'm going to make some strong cases that just hit me last night while I was live with Wowee. So I went live twice yesterday.
Yeah, he's got some fantastic info to pass on.
Yeah. So, okay. So Hubert said the number one way to gain XP in our heroes is going to be combat.
Yes, absolutely.
And that was like, whoa, that kind of blew my mind. And also, I think we pinned down, like iOS Code said, that we won't be able to quest and combat at the same time, unless we're like doing a just quest for fun. I mean a combat trial for fun with no, that'll probably be an option where we can combat and play around with it.
I see.
Where no XP and no money involved.
Right.
But if there's money and XP involved, we won't be able to quest and combat at the same time. So think about it for a second. What's everybody going to want to do?
We're going to be combat.
We're going to be wanting to combat like a bunch of junky degens that we are for 50 hours a day.
Yeah.
Well, we can't, because we won't have enough stamina to do that. So what are we going to be doing? We're going to be buying stamina vials like mad crazy people.
Oh man. So let me throw a devil's advocate in here real quick. I'm interested in your feedback. So in general, I would agree with that. Like, you're right. Some people are going to want to degen in, but just like, do you remember DFK Arena? I think it is, where a lot of us jumped in. We were really excited. We played it, but after 2 days, I realized that I was spending more than I was making, and I was getting my butt kicked so much that I stopped. So I wonder how many people are going to really be excited about PvP, but then they realize that they're not really very good.
Yeah, they're not good. So what then are they going to do? They're going to want to buy stamina vials and level their heroes up like crazy fools. Right? So we're going to be wanting to level our heroes to be more competitive, have a more competitive edge in combat. We're going to find our jacked heroes and we're going to auto stampot those bad boys. I summoned last week I got a Dark Knight Mythic, right? And it's level 1's in there. I want to get that guy up to level 15 and go combat that. And I think he's got maybe an advanced ability. No, doesn't have an advanced ability. I don't think. Okay, because that never happens. Actually, nothing ever hits unless maybe I was like summoning a Sage and a Dragoon, and that hit. I don't know. I don't remember.
But I think right there you make up a really good point. I think a lot of us are going to realize that our heroes are not combat ready. And so one of the very first things that we might do, rather than stampot up the heroes that we have that aren't even like, I've got about 100 heroes, but I would say 95 of them are common and uncommon. And I don't know if I would want to spend a lot of money to level those guys up, stampotting and using too many crystals on those when I'm trying to compete with people like you that are going to have mythics and legendaries where you're also, looking at your abilities and stuff all like that. So I think a lot of us are going to realize very quickly that we need to invest in a better quality of hero. And that's, I think, where a lot of time is going to go in, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And so, people might buy up heroes from the tavern. We already kind of see some of that happening just with the alpha PvP drops going on.
Absolutely. And so,
ability.
So like Matty Pesk is saying here in chat, it's the rare heroes. We're all gonna be finding those, right? So I think for people like me, what I'm going to be doing, and I think maybe a few of us, I certainly want to be looking more carefully at what type of heroes I'm summoning as we know more about it. But I'm also going to be saving up my funds, probably doing more questing and saving up my funds to probably look at or buy some more of those heroes, and maybe not even buy the end result, but maybe look at buying a Gen 0 or a couple of Gen 0s or a couple of Gen 1 10 of 10s that could ultimately allow me to build out the hero that I want. And so I think that's what's going to be one of the first things, right?
All we really need is 3 good heroes, right? To be competitive there. And so we're going to want to get our, get a couple teams, maybe go in and have a few heroes. And what are we going to want to do on those heroes? We're going to want to stampot the snot out of them.
Oh, yeah.
So, I'm not going to be stampotting, like 1,000 heroes or anything like that. But
a handful, you are, absolutely.
Yeah, but even if it's just 3 heroes, okay, that's still a lot of stampots.
It is.
Like to take a guy up to level, 15.
Oh, man.
That's just like, so just one user to do that, one person, might eat up all the liquidity in the pools, because there's not a ton of liquidity, let alone the whole entire ecosystem doing that with a hero here or a hero there.
Yeah.
Okay. And then once we have our team, we're going to be stampotting those guys, and we're going to get our guys up to level 20 and stuff. Right. Okay. And so what's that going to do to the value of milkweed, of swift thistle? Okay. We're going to see milkweed go back up to all-time highs, I'm guessing.
Probably so.
Right. So, and purely in speculation, that would be a bigger reason. Like, we're all wanting to save our, and then we're going to be doing profession 10 level questing, and that's going to require, use case of items are going to now and also for combat, we're going to be able to use the real potions, like the stamina or the health, agility potion. The mana
and all that stuff too. Mana.
And so so all the items, boom, gonna pump. So what are we all doing? A lot of us are holding the items. We're not selling the items.
Right.
And so instead of just sitting there, we could throw liquidity in. But the question is, what do we put it up with liquidity? That's where it makes sense to do it with gold.
Yep.
Okay. And then with our jewel and jade and crystal, we can put those in the pool. Now,
I could definitely see a really good use case for that. So if you're holding on to the items anyway, right?
Yeah.
Then do you just want them sitting, like, do you put cash under your pillow? Is a good analogy, right? No, you're going to put it into something where even if it's making 5% interest, and
Right.
as Haitian Buffet was saying that it looked like some of the liquidity pools were making about 64% APR. And even though I would much prefer a garden liquidity pool to 64% APR, if you are expecting things like milkweed to skyrocket in a month or 2 months, then maybe it would be better to hold on to those items. And if you're going to be holding on to those items for a couple of months, then yeah, putting them into their own liquidity pools against gold or something like that would make a lot of sense. Yeah.
Well, and also what will make them skyrocket is lots of trading volume. So then you get way more fees, and especially because there's such low liquidity, like with tiers, for example. Remember, Sandwich Punch said, in all of liquidity with tiers, did he say there's like, what did he say? Like 6,000 tiers? Or maybe he said like 20,000 tiers total in liquidity existing, period.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's just
And
crazy.
so, right, which is crazy. So there's several points. I'm going on kind of like a mental path here.
Yeah.
So that's one point. We've already made the point with the green eggs that are going to require 2 of the gardening items, we're assuming.
Yes.
And I'm guessing it may not be milkweed. I'm guessing it's probably going to be spider fruit and blue stem.
Yeah, I think it's going to be something different. Yeah.
Yeah, but it could be milkweed, I guess. But I'm guessing spider fruit, blue stem. And
Sure.
so spider fruit is also used in the stamina potions. And then plus spider fruit needed for the egg hatching. Look out, spider fruit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and also blue stem just for the egg hatching alone. So, okay. And so, one thing that AFEX said, and AP from Kansas City said, Aaron Price, was that, a lot of people, it's so expensive to hatch eggs right now. I bet a lot of people just sell off their green eggs. Well, hold on. Hang on. How many gardeners are in existence in the game, do you think?
We could look that up. I'm sure there's many thousands.
I would love for you to look that up, actually. I'm guessing well over 100,000 gardeners.
Oh, my goodness. Probably so. But before I do, let's take a look here at chat. A couple of things. Big Sweaty D says, is it still worth staying in Jade USDT or just holding Jewel? I'm going to say being in a liquidity pool at 1,000% or even 900% APR is probably still the way to go. For me, personally, again, not financial advice, but I can buy a lot being in the, as long as it's in the high hundreds of percent APRs, I feel like that's still good. Afex mentioned something which I think, Grady, is kind of relevant to what we're talking about now and going ham on Stampots is Afex is saying, also, as far as the PvP discussion with XP comes from combat, but mainly PvE, Hubert said PvP can become exploitable. So it would be XP from PvP in tournament form and events and controlled environments. So I think what we're seeing here, if I'm reading this and understanding correctly, is because we don't want you and, let's say, Afex to stay up all night or 24 hours a day, stampotting 3 heroes back and forth and doing compat and just spending $50,000 each to stampot your heroes up all night, that becomes, I think that's what's talked about as exploitable. So what it sounds like is PvP is only going to be, you're only going to be able to do a certain amount of PvP against other players in a controlled, limited amount per day. That's what I'm getting. So that's kind of, which makes sense, because like I said, you wouldn't want to have a bot or even 2 humans stay up 24 hours playing against each other and gaining, 1 million experience overnight, right?
Right. Yeah. So kind of like how he's done with duels too now.
Yeah.
Like what, I think it's 10 per day or 10 per 8 hour, 18 hour.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
And the bots would definitely exploit that, right?
Yeah. And I don't think there'll be a ton of botting in combat, because
I think there will be.
In PvP combat, because the bots will get crushed.
No, they won't.
Because it's going to be big brain
You
type stuff.
you don't think that AI can be programmed to play chess better than a human, or play Go better than a human?
See, the game is going to be so complex. If you look at all the other games like this
Yeah.
that have AI, AI gets crushed.
So
When there's critical decision making happening all the time, there's all these different factors in play.
have you seen the YouTube videos about AI? I think it's Google's AI playing Dota 2, the computer game Dota 2, against humans, and
Oh, wow.
beating the team of humans with Dota
Really?
2, and all of the craziness. I don't know if you've even seen the game Dota 2, but there's a lot of different like heroes you pick and strategy and all kinds of stuff. And yeah, the AI whooped the human's butt.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's going to be pretty dang complex, though. That'll be quite a while, I think, before that comes out.
I do think it'll be a little while, but
Yeah.
the point is that some people will be working on it, and it's not even that a human's necessarily going to need to program the moves. The AI will learn on its own, right? So the AIs will be playing on their own, and maybe even against each other, and soon they'll learn the proper moves. Ghost Panda says Zellies will have it ready in a day after. Yeah,
That's right, baby.
so
Zellies.
I mean, this should not stop us from playing. I think we are going to have fun and we're going to play, but I do think that this will not stop bots. There will always be bots, but let's not let that take away our fun, and let's not let that stop us from playing, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I think even Zellies said that he wasn't gonna bot combat PvP.
Well, he might not, but somebody will, right?
Somebody else. But even if you look at like Fight Club, which isn't nearly as in depth and critical thinking as what I see Wisdom Gaming making,
Yeah.
the AI is so easy to beat, easy to predict.
Well, the only thing that I can say to that is go watch some YouTube videos on AI plays Dota 2.
Yeah.
And,
okay.
And there's a super complex game that the AIs learn and beat the humans. Yeah.
Yeah, and well, yeah, I believe it. I actually, because now with all the AI progress being made, I could see that now.
Yeah.
So, but I do think in this game that'll be a while.
Yeah, like I said, I don't want to call doom and gloom and all this kind of stuff. We're gonna have a lot of fun, and it will take a while. So yeah.
Yeah, and I know the devs have mentioned they really want to not have botting for combat, so there'll probably be some checks and balances there somehow, and so to kind of inhibit. But who knows? Who knows? A year from now, too, things change fast.
Yeah, one of the things to also
keep getting better.
Yeah, one of the things to also consider, and again, I don't want to be doom and gloom guy, but one thing we have to imagine is those of us that are in the community right now want a healthy community, and so we're going to be doing good stuff. And even if Zellies is like, hey, I'm not going to bot that, that's great. But can you imagine in a third world country? And I don't want to put a bad light on Thailand or Philippines or anything, but we could say China as an example, where if there's money to be made somewhere, do you think that a team of AI researchers in China would be interested in doing that so they can extract liquidity and value out of, like YGG, as Matty Pesk is saying, So there could be gaming guilds where the gaming guilds are all about extracting, winning these games, winning these blockchain games and this money stuff. And that's all they're about. And they're very, very powerful and smart communities and guilds based around that. And I have a feeling that somebody somewhere is going to be doing something. And, part of an AI strategy would be to randomize enough of it that you're not caught by someone who's trying, or something that's trying to find bots, right? So you don't want to be clicking or you don't want your bot to do something exactly every 1 second because that's not human. So you randomize it by fractions of seconds and all this other kind of stuff. There's easy ways to get around, you know, humanizing something. And again, if it's talking about, well, the AI is doing it too quickly, like clicking on things too fast. Well, again, what you do is you take samples of human players, like good human players, and you see how fast are they doing things. And then you set your AI to do it exactly that same amount of time with that same amount of difference. And then you increase their abilities by 0.01 value or 0.01%. So the AI is a fractionally better than some of the best players, but it's so minute that, again, it would be very difficult to tell.
Difficult and tell that it's AI. Okay.
And even if the AI loses, even if you have your AI lose on purpose 30% of the time to not seem so ridiculous, if you're winning even 60% and losing 40% over a year of time, you're still gaining value, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't want to get sidetracked in that. Let's talk about the game. Let's talk about how we're going to succeed in this.
So coming back to even what Afex said, and it totally makes sense. So let's say they do limit it to like 10 combats per day, you know, with each hero.
Yeah.
So then, I mean, that's just all the more. Now I'm going to want to stamp on. I'm going to want to have 5 teams, 6 teams, 8 teams, 10 teams.
Yeah. And
that's just me. I'm just one guy.
Right.
And I'm going to be stampotting like a crazy nutcase like we all are.
Yeah.
Okay. Even if, you know, and that's still, let's say I have 10 teams, that's still only 30 heroes.
Yeah.
You know, that you're like focused on as your primary combat heroes, you know, in your wallet.
Yeah.
So Tad, which is Afex, is messaging me here.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Okay, we got to probably look at this.
So I'm just doing a calculator real quick. 30 heroes at $5 each, which is okay right now. We might actually be spending more than $5 on good combat heroes. But then you're only talking about spending $150. Tell you what, $5 is probably too less or too low. Let's say we're spending $100 per hero, which I think is probably overdoing it a little bit. But maybe.
No.
So then you're talking about $3,000 of expense going into 30 heroes or 10 teams that you can have going. I think that's reasonable for some of us that are living in first world countries where, you know, $3,000 is a weekly salary or a monthly salary for some of us, right?
Yes, I believe it. Yeah, so Hubert said probably both. So the XP, he said, will be both, but more focused on PvE side, since that would be less exploitable. So more controlled PvP events like tournaments could be more rewarding. So that's a good point. And I always thought combat meant PvP, not PvE. I thought they were two different things, but I was corrected on that one. Okay, so but even with Hubert's comment, like let's even say we weren't getting any XP from PvP.
Okay.
Like we're still going to want to just be jacking up our heroes.
I think so.
Yeah.
Because,
but well,
I was going to say, and for me even more. So I've made it quite clear. I'm excited for PvP, but I'm even more excited for PvE. And I think that for me, the thought of being able to do more with PvE is going to just even have me and more of us ramp up our heroes rather than just those people that are super excited about PvP specifically. So I think that's going to be better for the game and the ecosphere in general.
Yeah, and a lot of people are with you on that, like Matty Pesk and those guys.
Yeah.
Some people I've heard more and more, they're more excited for PvE, like you just said. So that's fun. I love all of it. So, okay, let's continue down this thought pattern.
Yeah, please.
Okay. We're also going to have Profession 10 level quests, and we're all going to want to have pets. Okay. So with just let's just look at gardeners. Okay. If I had to guess, I'm guessing there's a good 125,000 gardeners in existence, and probably at least 100,000 gardeners, and half those I would think will be geared up, ready to go for profession 10 level gardening.
Yeah.
And so we're going to want, I bet there's going to be a demand for 50,000 green, like gardening pets. But there's only 38,000 green eggs even in existence. I'm guessing a lot of those are probably like on Serendale 1.0 and people just left the game and whatever. Okay, so back to the tiers thing, just to hatch a quarter of those eggs with tiers, I mean, we're talking like 2 or 3 million tiers needed, when the liquidity is, I want to say not even like 100,000, maybe not even 20,000. I can't remember what Sandwich Punch said, how many tiers.
Yeah.
I think he said like $3,000 worth of tiers are in liquidity, maybe something like that, which is like tiny amount.
That is
okay.
That's super tiny.
That's going to be required. So tiers, I think, are going to pump. I think so, even more than they already have. So tiers are up like 20x or 50x or something. Okay.
Wow, it's crazy.
And so already. So I still think tiers are well on their way up to the moon. Okay. So, and that's just going to burn all those tiers out of existence, by the way.
Yeah.
So all the new eggs that come and more get hatched, it's just like deflationary.
Yeah.
When that comes.
Yeah.
Okay. So plus you got the gardening items, you got the spider fruit and milkweed on high demand for stamina potions.
Yep.
Okay. You've got then, okay, you're going to have such a high demand for pets, especially, I think, at first the green egg pet. Then we got yellow eggs coming, and then gold eggs.
Do you know what I hear you saying, Grady? Everything is going to be awesome. Everything's going to go up in value. Hold everything.
Yeah. That is what I'm saying, because let's continue down this thought pattern, because we got to feed these pets, I guess, like with our items. But then other items come into play, but especially things like milkweed, swift thistle, spider fruit. Okay, and then guess what else is going on? So we don't want to be doing training quests right now, right? Because of the tiers. We all want to get tiers. Man. So what's that mean? So just like during the Crystal Vale summoning event, all of a sudden out of the blue, they cut the lesser crystals by 70%. Okay,
I was wondering why I wasn't getting so many.
Yeah, it's like 1/3 of the lesser crystals.
Dang.
Is the drop rates. And on top of that, nobody's doing training quests. I mean, as little as possible.
Right.
Okay. What else is that going to affect? Gold.
Wow.
Way less gold being minted from the training quest. What's going to happen with gold? You got to have a lot of gold with hatching the eggs. Yeah. And we want to do boon because the damn tiers.
Yes.
Boon, to do boon, 5,000 gold. So to hatch all those.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa. Okay, what's 5,000 times, let's say like 20,000 green eggs get hatched. 5,000 times 20,000. How many million gold is going to be burned?
5,000 times 20,000 is 100 million.
100 million gold. Adios. Okay, dang. Plus, how much gold does it cost it's 3,000 gold burned out of existence for every single stamina potion that you craft with the alchemist. Right. And 10 tiers. Okay.
Right.
Like, talk about all these things pumping like a mother.
Yeah.
And lesser crystals. Look out.
Yep.
It's like, so we got to be, I guess, more selective.
Yeah.
With the lesser crystals.
That, in fact, I think early on in my stream, I'm not even sure if you got on yet. No, you got on really early in the stream. So you heard me talking about the fact that I have been using some lesser crystals on even my common heroes. And now I think I need to stop that immediately.
Yeah, yeah, and sometimes I see a common hero that you also want to look at the abilities. So the trait ability genes.
I don't know, man.
If you've got a transcendent common hero, well, that's definitely immediately a combat hero. So that one you want to throw on a atonement crystal, or attunement or whatever it's called, the real expensive one. Or if you got like double elites or elite advanced stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay. There's more thoughts here.
So there was a thought that I had as you were talking about the pets and hatching those. Something else to keep in mind with the hatching of the pets. So you're talking about hatching all these pets and the fact that there aren't enough tiers, and of course, pricing will skyrocket. Keep in mind also that we're going to want to be hatching a lot of pets, even more than we already plan to, because I remember hearing somewhere that common pets are probably not going to be worth holding on to because the feeding costs are more than the rewards that they're bringing back, right? So if that's true, then if that is true, then I would say that for every common pet that's hatched, we're probably going to end up burning or tossing those pets and having to hatch another egg for that. So that's just a huge amount of pets that are going to get dismissed, and more that are going to have to be hatched to help our heroes, right?
Yeah, and that's kind of a Starbucks speculation. I just think there's just going to be way more demand for the better pets, but I actually think the common pets are going to pop too, because think about it, there's only in existence 38 or 36,000 green eggs, somewhere in there.
Right.
Okay. And there's going to be a demand, I'm guesstimating, of 50,000 gardening pets.
Yeah.
At least.
But here's the thing, Grady, that I want to make sure you're remembering, and that is, somebody said, it was Hubert or Frisky, made a comment that it was like common pets might not be worth holding on to because they're going to cost more to feed. Yes, they're going to cost.
I didn't know that came from Hubert or because I heard Starbuck think that.
No, I think Starbuck might have. I think Starbuck might have got it from this thing that I'm thinking of also.
Okay.
And so if the team is saying that, then which I'm happy for. In fact, I love a game mechanic where one of the things that we get is not particularly valuable, and we need to either live with a losing, maybe a slightly losing cost, or we need to get smart and just realize, hey, I'm losing money on this, I need to dump it. I actually love that mechanic about it. Matty Pest says it was Hubert. Was it Hubert or Starbuck? Changed a lot. I don't think it was Starbuck. I heard that from either Frisky or Hubert.
Yeah, I haven't ever heard that from the team. I just heard that as kind of a speculative.
Maybe we need to get that reconfirmed, because I'm pretty sure that was a question asked in some kind of an AMA or something like that. I seen months, like 6-9 months ago. It was a long time ago that I heard that.
Yeah. Okay.
But I would say if we're not sure about that, this could be a major thing that we probably want to ask in the next AMA.
Yeah. Now, one thing that will help mitigate is that Hubert has already said in the Profession 10 level questing, the drop rates of tiers will be higher. So that will help mitigate some of it, but it's not even, even if, maybe we get double the tiers from the Profession quest, but we first got to get the pets to get those tiers. Right.
Well, again, one of the things that I love personally, I love a game mechanic where there's just not enough to go around, right? Because
so just the value of pets are going to go bonkers. And I think even the value of eggs as well, because there's not enough eggs. We got to have more eggs to get all the pets to handle all the demand that we have. And so that is a good thing we need to confirm, because I do specifically remember Starbuck saying that he was just speculating on that. He did not say that he heard it from Hubert. He just said he thinks that a 1-star common pet won't even be worth, using, because to feed the pet is going to cost more in items than what it's worth.
Gotcha.
I would have remembered if Starbuck had said Hubert said that, or Frisky said that, or something. But you're right. Maybe that was actually said.
Well, rather than you and I speculating here, I think the easiest thing to do is just to ask them directly. I don't think they would keep that from us, so just ask them. And point blank, it's like, hey, I've heard this. Is it true? And I'm sure they're going to answer, right? It's just a matter of somebody asking. Yep.
And so then we got crafting that's also going to come, right? That'll also require pets.
Oh, yes, right.
And it'll require, tiers and all that. And some of the crafting items, a lot of people are thinking that like some of the items and weapons will be highly valuable, desired stuff. And so, for all of this to work, we got to have a good game. And from everything that I'm seeing from Wisdom Gaming, so we went over this with Wowie. He's just absolutely phenomenal. Wowie.
Yes.
His knowledge. Okay. And so from everything I'm seeing is that Pervy Sage, baby, my man, is just absolutely doing awesome with the heroes. And basically what I'm seeing is that every single hero class is going to be pretty OP.
Oh, man.
And all the different combinations that we'll be able to create compared with the abilities, the traits of the heroes with their stats. And so we're even getting some insight when we read, these sheets that Wowie is constructed from Workhorse, is that we're even getting a little more guidance on how to level up heroes, that we've kind of been waiting on. And it is right along the lines of what we've all, what Hubert has said. With some other things, like it's interesting with the archer, I think intelligence and luck are going to be super critical.
Yeah.
And that's only 40%, but also strength and endurance. So those 5 stats, and of course dexterity.
I think as we see more of these hero charts starting to come out, it would not surprise me at all if some of these new charts that come out are going to show advantages of other traits that we haven't seen yet. I think overall, if we look at all of the hero classes, we're going to find that over all of those hero classes, that all of the stats are going to be important to various extents.
Yep.
And,
Yep. And that's what Wowie was saying.
Yeah.
So like for the knight, for example, he said, definitely agility is important. Luck's important.
Yeah.
Like wisdom might be important. He did say though, like when you look at the kind of the layout, the knight, it's just all about endurance and strength and vitality.
Right.
Those 3 stats. And then dex was in one of them, a big dex move, but it's literally based off your dex stat, but almost all of them are so heavy. Strength, endurance, vitality.
Wow.
And he even kind of said he didn't think intelligence, unless the subclass really comes into play. But let's say it's a knight. He was saying he didn't think intelligence was much good at all. Wisdom, maybe a little bit for the magic evasion. And of course, agility and luck. But agility is still going to be good for your paladins, your dark knights, your knights.
Yeah. Yep.
But then other people were debating, hey, I'd still rather be slower and have more, because they can take more damage, they can block more, they can do, their abilities better, and their skills better, and they don't care about the agility, even though the agility still matters. They still not matters more than having more endurance and strength. So there's all these different awesome dynamics and debates going on. And so the more, and so I just think Pervy Sage, baby, he's like an anomaly. He's just so awesome.
Yeah.
It's so exciting. It was so fun listening to Matty Pest last night. He was like a kid in a candy store talking about all this. He's so excited. Man.
Yeah.
He's so excited for all this. And all these guru gamers like Wowie, he can't even help himself. he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna quit my job and go broke so I can make this spreadsheet because he's so excited for this game. And so you have all the big gamers. Okay, so if it really hits, it's really looking good right now.
Oh yeah,
all arrows pointing up. If this stuff really hits, woo, and baby.
And that's a really good point. So if we've got this massive amount, or I shouldn't say massive amount, if we've got a lot of these gamers that are really deep into gaming and they're getting excited about this right now, that's fantastic. But one of the things that I see also is if the few gamers that we have right now in this space are this excited about that, what happens when all of this is made and then the game gets into the eyeballs of a lot larger of the global gaming community? I feel that makes me feel super good that our gamers are already this excited about it, because then I'm like, okay, well, that means that so many more people around the world are going to flood into this game.
Yes.
And I have a lot more confidence about that, not just because I like it, but because a dozen or 3 dozen other people that like this kind of stuff even more than me are in love with it too. Yeah, absolutely.
And all those people are going to want to come in and they're going to be watching your Twitch. You're going to have like tons of people watching your Twitch and while you're gaming and teaching people and showing off your mad skills and PvE and all the different things you can do in the game.
I think it's going to be good for the entire community. Absolutely.
I know we're all going to be making these beginner series. We're going to be doing so much stuff.
Yeah.
And so, and everyone's going to have to buy Jewel, right? For the power-ups.
Mm-hmm.
So Jewel, if you just look at the total liquidity of Jewel, I think it's like somewhere around $10 million. Like if you combine all the Jewel and all the pools, it's something like $10 million worth of Jewel.
Okay.
And then some whale's going to come in and want to buy $100 million worth of Jewel.
Right.
And just like it won't, because there's not enough liquidity in the pools. We're just talking $10 million across both chains with all the liquidity of Jewel.
Yeah.
There's just, and it's the same problem we're going to have with tiers and everything else with the in-game economy. And so that's, as long as this game succeeds, everything continues well. It is just, I couldn't be more, the more I think about it, the more I think through all of these different aspects. And so I would say, so all this coming back to liquidity pools with items. Okay. The demand for the items is going to be so high. That's when you get high trading volume.
Yes.
Okay. And when you have slippage because of low liquidity, that increases the amount of fees you're getting in those pools. And so there's a way, I don't know if it's deck screener or something. Like I remember Faulty Poker or somebody he was like, I'm getting 60% on my bloaters. And the milkweed at one point, I remember Faulty Poker saying was like 450%. Okay. And I obviously did well over 1,000%. And I think happened to hit the gold. But I also remember like just high volume and low liquidity. I just happened to be in at the right time with the tons of liquidity.
Yeah.
And so I think that's why I just smashed.
Yeah.
I also remember I was like with like the golden eggs and the green eggs. I was providing like 50, 60, and then 80%, 86% liquidity of the golden eggs. I remember because there just like wasn't any liquidity except me pretty much. And so I really did well on those.
I think one of the things maybe that was an issue for me personally with that was you were doing some of this liquidity stuff when I forget what it was in the castle. There was some games going on in the castle where people were using a lot of stamina potions and all this other kind of stuff. And
yes,
that,
the daily contest.
yes, yes. And that stopped right about the time when I was getting in some of my liquidity pools. And I think that lack of the lack of the buying and the selling, I guess in general, just really hit.
It hit you,
hard,
and then on top of that, we're now competing with crystal, with gold, with jade. Those are all different pools, and so the market maker, the trader, will kind of tell you the path of the trade. Like if you go to sell milkweed or buy milkweed, and sometimes, like if you're buying it with jewel, it might say the path is crystal, or is jewel to crystal to milkweed. You know, so then that's rewarding the crystal milkweed pool, not the jewel milkweed pool, for example.
Yeah.
And so there's still really low liquidity in the gold pools with gold and items.
Yeah.
But if more of the community focuses more on creating liquidity with gold and less focus on jewel, jade, and crystal, we could kind of have a community consensus where that path is always goes through gold, then to the item. You know, of the market maker, that will probably, and everyone pulls out their crystal. And I talked to Zellies and Coolio about this too, by the way. And so I think he's going to get there eventually and do a gold option in helper. And so, because right now it does make sense to like do crystal and milkweed, for example.
Sure.
Because that's just like where all the liquidity is. If you do gold with milkweed, there's just going to be real low volume, unless you just do a monster pool. And so I don't know what to do about that right now. So I'll probably just do like crystal. I'm going to do it right now. I just want to see, because I think here on out, and I'll probably do more like, instead of 60 milkweed, like you said, I'll probably do like 1,000 milkweed or more.
Right.
And
to really see the difference.
Yeah, because you get a little bit better idea. And one little tip, when you're creating liquidity in the Druid, you want to put the non-divisible item on top.
Right.
I don't know if that matters anymore. It used to matter. I think they fixed that where it doesn't matter.
Sure.
And but that might help.
Something else that I'll mention about that is, I think one of the reasons, let me try to pull up this screen over here or over here, is that when you have a liquidity pool like this, notice, I don't know if you can see it on my screen, it might take a second to catch up, that I've got a crystal milkweed pool right here, and as you can see, I've got 8.3 or 8.03 crystal, but look at this, I got 105.01 milkweed, and there have been times when I've had like some number 0.9 milkweed. And so what I want to say is, even though you don't actually lose your milkweed, when it drops under a whole number like 1 or 2 or 3, and when you get like 0.9 or 1.9 or 2.9, then it rounds those down. And so what I'm pointing out here is DeBank, this website right here, could be a better way to look and see, oh yeah, I've got this much more specific or accurate amount than a whole number like what it's showing in here, where you notice that right in this screen it says I've got 124 milkweed, but that's not exactly true. I've really got 105. Well, let me refresh this page. But in the game it rounds it off to the whole numbers, and on the bank I can see the fractions, right? And that's what I really want to get at.
That's cool. Okay, and then one thing I was going to tell you is on December 24th, I put in 100, and I can double check the exact numbers. I'm pretty sure it was 155 or 100. I'm sorry, I put in 2,355 tiers. And and maybe it was 53 tiers, but I think it's 2,355 tiers.
Wow.
And put in here, I can just look. But basically, in that amount of time, I gained 130 or 40 tiers, and I also gained 10 crystal.
Wow.
And that's just in less than 3 weeks.
That's pretty crazy, actually.
Yeah. So now, did that outperform the Jade pools during that time? I don't think so.
Probably not.
But tiers have, really pumped also. So maybe not in that amount of time though. Maybe that's, but it definitely, and I did check after like a week and it hadn't performed super well. But then when I checked yesterday, it was like a big jump. And that's because tiers is where I'm still kind of speculating for those to pump and there to be high volume. And I noticed that that's a pretty small amount. We're talking 2,400 tiers. That's it.
Mhm.
Okay. And I'm almost like 4% of the pool.
Wow. Wow.
So there's such low liquidity for that. And so, yeah, if you're providing liquidity, you got to be good with either side, either item, having a big bag of one of the two.
Right.
So in that scenario, I put it in when crystal was down, way down, and I put it in when tiers were up relatively, even though I think they're going to keep going up. But I also think crystal, when I put it in, I think crystal was like 8 or 9 cents or something. And so I think I'm bullish on crystal. I think you are too, from where it's at right now.
Yeah.
To come back up. And so, I'm good with having lots of crystal, or I'm good with having lots of tiers.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So in that scenario, you got to be good either way, because you might end up losing some tiers but gaining crystal, or losing crystal and gaining tiers.
Right.
If one pumps over the other.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with you on that.
Yeah, the other thing that's bullish about all of this that we've been talking about is the value of heroes, having questers, having bots, having all these things. So it's bullish for bot services like Helper and Waifu and DFK and whoever else is still in the game, like Peerless Pirates has got one now or something. Mm-hmm. So whoever, it's bullish just for the floor value of floor heroes.
Yeah.
So I'm really glad I've hung on to my massive army of heroes.
Yep.
So it's a good time to summon. It's a good time because the value of crystal and even really jade has come down, so it's so cheap to summon.
Yeah, it is. Oh,
yeah.
Grady, you had asked a while back about the number of gardeners. I think this thing has finally stopped. I don't see it increasing anymore. It says 110,000 gardeners.
Okay, interesting.
Is what it says.
Wow. And then I wonder if that's counting or not counting the ones that have been burned.
Ooh, I don't think it's the ones that have been burned. These are probably all of them that exist today, right now, that are playable. Not the burned ones.
Because I bet Born to Die Big Brains has, like, he knows those burn wallets and probably excluded it from there, but maybe not. It could. But okay,
now
just the total number. What's the total number of heroes in existence?
Yeah, let me also say that I'm using DFK Analytics and looking up gardeners, and so to be honest, I do not know if DFK Analytics is going to stop at a certain point. Like maybe they've said, "Oh, I've already shown you or pulled out 110,000. I'm not going to pull out anymore." And it's not exactly. It's 110,911. So it's not like it's a rounded number. I'd be more suspicious of that. But the point is that I don't really know if DFK Analytics behind the scenes has something specific where they're going to stop. Let me go ahead and X out from Gardeners. Now we're just going to find all the heroes.
Oh,
Let's just see
yeah.
what all of them are. And again, we'll see if this is reasonable or not.
I want to say we're fastly approaching 500,000. I could be wrong.
I don't know if there's a faster way to do this than use DFK Analytics. Someone knows a faster way to look at all the heroes. Please chime in, because this took about 15 minutes to run through while we were waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it, man. I love you, Rock.
I love you too, man. I think that, man, it's just so fascinating to talk to you all the time and just to listen to the streams and everything. And just everybody. I think our entire community, our entire community here is amazing. And we all have fantastic viewpoints. It's just crazy.
I love it, man. It's so fun. It's the best community. I just love the community and all the different gifts we have in this community, all the different talents we have, the strengths of it are just really, honestly, super exceptional. It's well above an average community, I would say, of any other type of community that you'll be a part of out there in existence. I feel like this one is just, it almost brings me to tears, man. It's so exciting. So the foundational pieces are so strongly in place for this project to just be the #1 gaining project of 2023, you know.
Exactly.
Like, you know, Axie Infinity was, or at least at one point, I guess of 2022, yeah, I think, or 2021, at 2022, right? 2022. At one point, Axie Infinity was the #1 gainer of the year. And it might have ended the year that way. Maybe it was 2021. Gosh dang, my brain.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, yeah, it was 2021, not 2022. It's like my time is so out of whack right now these days. So I could definitely see DeFi Kingdoms being the #1 gainer of all of crypto. Like, it's so wild.
I thought I pressed enter on this, but I didn't. Starbuck reminded me here, hey, Rock, press enter. So I did. So it looks like the total number of heroes is 470,000 total heroes. Okay. And then we've got broken down by class. So indeed, profession, indeed gardening is exactly 110,922. Okay. So that was right on track. Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
And thank you, Beeve and Starbuck, for this is much faster than the way I was doing it with DFK Analytics.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then maybe Beeve or Starbuck knows if those are including the Burn, Perilous Journey, and Dark Summoned Heroes or not.
I can't imagine. I mean, let's let them answer in chat, but I can't imagine that these include burned heroes. I think these are all living, playable heroes right now.
Okay.
That's going to be my thought. But again, to have someone else confirm it in chat, I think would be the wise thing to do.
Yeah. Because I do know that the dead heroes from Perilous Journey and the Dark Summoned Heroes are still sitting in basically a dead wallet somewhere.
Yeah.
But it's possible that there might be a resurrection use case. Possibly.
Interesting. Yeah.
It's been speculated on.
It's possible.
And so I know they still pop up on some of the searches on different analytic type sites like this.
Yeah.
But there is an easy way to exclude those. And so a dev like on this might very well be excluding those too.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. So Starbuck here is saying, don't think it includes the deaths. You can use commands for total deaths too. Not sure if that's included. And Matty Pest and Beaver talking about zombies. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, zombies, baby. Okay.
So we've got a lot of, and one thing before you before you go into your next topic about the gardeners and the amount of gardeners and heroes, let me just tell you, do you know that there's a couple of Gen 24 heroes? Gen 24.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think there's actually like a Gen 69 hero.
Really?
Some degen guy just kept dark summoning it to hell.
Oh man.
Like over and over again.
That's crazy.
Isn't that hilarious?
That is insane.
And there, who knows? Maybe it's up over 100 now. I don't know. But that was like a long time ago. I heard there was one. It was like 69 gen. The highest generation now is
That's
Gen 6.
Crazy. A couple of people are saying that Ben owns a 25 or higher. So that's pretty crazy. Yeah.
It's hilarious, man. So, yeah, I was debating more and more because to get the rarity heroes is the hardest thing to do in the game.
Yeah.
And so to get the mythic Dread Knight double transcendent, hero is the hardest thing is the rarity.
Yeah.
Harder than getting the Dread Knight, and so
wow.
It does make sense to dark summon, but then it's hard to dark summon when I've invested stones and crystals and all those heroes. That's always my dilemma. But at least so I was just like, I don't want all these damn heroes, but I am glad that I've hung on to them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm glad you didn't dark summon all your heroes.
Well, I probably would have come away in the end with some ultra badass set of heroes.
Probably so.
Had I done hundreds of them, that might have been well worth it. But on the flip side of it, I think the floor heroes. So a lot of the whales were in there a month or two ago buying up, floor heroes like crazy, and like even in bulk. Like Crypto Baby H sold 350 heroes to somebody, like all at once.
Yeah.
Through Xearn. And I was going to do that. So glad I didn't, because I'm getting all those tiers and items.
Yeah.
But there's no right or wrong way.
There's a ton of different ways to play. Yeah.
Yeah. Had I consolidated my heroes to a bunch of legendaries and mythics with, elite and transcendent abilities and thrown all the rest in the dark summoner.
I think when combat comes out, those people that are looking at the transcendents and elites and all this kind of stuff, I think those people are really going to be set up very well for the combat stuff, like on day 1 and day 2. And a lot of us, like me, are going to be super jealous that they've got these amazing heroes, and at that point I'm gonna have to be going out and starting to look for what I want. Not that I'm gonna be piecing it together, because I'm gonna use y'all's knowledge, like y'all that have been doing this for the last couple of months, saying, all right, this is what these guys have found. This is what Grady and Starbuck and Mythic Squad and Bogside Chats and Adventure Team, okay, all these people have done at WowWee have done all the work already, and now I can just say, all right, this is what they've come up with, so XYZ is what I'm looking for. And I think that I will save myself some headache, but I will not be ready on day 1.
Yeah, and you're going to have to pay a pretty penny for that.
That's true.
I already have people hit me up. I need to catch up on my chat. I'm already way behind. I caught up yesterday, finally, on my 50 unread Discord, direct messages. and I'm already way behind again. And Cool was one of them that hit me up. He's a big dog in the game. And I had this special archer that he wanted. I had an archer berserker legendary with like critical aim, which is a basic ability, a basic trait, but currently, is the SSS, which could be nerfed, like we talked about. But actually, we were going over some of the things we were going over with WowWee was some of those we were kind of speculating on some of the different ones that are more likely to get nerfed or buffed than others.
Oh yeah, I was listening to your stream for that. Yeah.
Yeah. And so he actually thought that one specific, or I think I'm thinking of the right one, critical hit or something, was one that he didn't think would be nerfed, even though it's an SSS basic ability. And so, and especially and then it was combined with an advanced ability. It was really one of the really good advanced abilities, especially for an archer. And then the two passive ones, or wait, I think I might be confusing those, but anyways, it just had this awesome combo. Random hero that I had, and Cool randomly reaches out to me, and he traded me 2 legendary heroes that were really solid, and even seemed solid. Like one of them had an advanced ability also, and so people are already starting to kind of make their teams of what they want and what they're going for.
Yeah.
And so those heroes, so two things being said there. That hero, he didn't have a transcendent or even an elite ability. He had one advanced ability, but it was the basic abilities that lined up well with that hero specifically, and the subclass. He wanted the archer and then berserker in the subclass with those abilities. I think that's what he was going for. I'm not totally sure. I'm kind of assuming that. And so you won't necessarily need some mythic transcendent hero to be a boss of the game, I don't think. There might be just OP combos, though, that are just as hard to kind of find the perfect combination of. Like in that case, I think it just had the perfect combination of active 1, active 2, passive 1, passive 2, with the archer, with the berserker subclass. You know,
Right.
It's like also very difficult to find probably in the tavern. And so, of all the heroes out there, he randomly hits me up. So that is another, way that a guy like you, or I don't mean a guy like you, but a guy like who doesn't have a ton of money to get a mythic transcendent, Dread Knight that doesn't even exist yet, but probably will exist at some point.
Well, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want to spend, like you were talking earlier, I wouldn't want to spend a pretty penny necessarily if I didn't have to. So I think that could go for a lot of people.
Yeah. So you might be able to spend still probably a decent chunk of change, but not nearly as much to still have a pretty OP team.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what Workhorse seems to be alluding to as well.
Yeah.
So part of it is like the combination of all that.
Yep.
And that will become more and more clear as the game actually comes out.
I got a question for you, Grady, and maybe some other people here in chat. We seem to have a lot of people here in chat. I have got a interesting Gen0 pirate. I think this is I think what I want right here. I've got a Gen0 pirate, and I did a little bit of looking up the other day, and I found that there were some people out there that, the owner is what I want to look for. I found some owners of these, and I was wondering, I remember hearing somewhere before that somebody had, was able to find the owners. And so Crypto Dream, Gaga.
Yeah.
And I think some of these have really well matching Gen0s that match my particular pirate. That also have a couple of them have some advanced stats behind the scenes, and these are the best matches in the entire game for my pirate. So I'm wondering, what did you find when you were looking for Gen0s? What did you find was the best way to try to contact these people or find out who they are?
Yeah, I'd like to. I have the same question. So, but for starters, you can hit up guys with tons of Gen Zeros and see if you have any matches.
Well, no,
and I
these
keep meaning to do that with Ogre.
These would be the specific people that I would want to contact.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So I already know who
I
it
want to do
is.
the thing, man.
Right. So
And,
I know
some
Crypto
people
Dream
have-
is active.
What's that?
I know Crypto Dream is active. I can look at the wallet address and I can see that stuff's going on in the wallet on a regular basis. So it's just a matter of finding who is this person, and then trying to reach out and say, hey, can I do some summons? And maybe we could do some trades or whatever. I was wanting to see if I could buy this Gen0 from them, but after looking at the rest of the heroes in their wallet, Crypto Dream already has another matching pair for theirs, so I doubt they're going to want to sell that.
That's going to be hard. Yeah.
But,
and one thing I think that might happen is that we'll be able to sell Gen Zeros as a pair.
Yeah.
I think that's going to become a thing, because that is having a Gen 1 10 out of 10 or 5 out of 5, advanced class with advanced abilities are the most crucial thing about summoning. Because getting a Gen 2 with an advanced ability is a big disadvantage when it comes to summoning cost.
Right.
So when we can get our Gen Zeros paired right.
Right. And I think that's something that I really want to be focusing on very soon, is making sure that I'm getting the absolute best pairs for my Gen Zeros, which I have not been so far. But like you were saying a minute ago, contacting some other Gen Zero owners will get me decent, but after about 4 hours of research, these 5 Gen Zeros right here are going to get me the best. And so why not contact these people for the best rather than just a pretty good, right?
Yeah. Heck yeah. That, and so like Raph and Neindorf with Adventures in DeFi Kingdoms, Raph hit a transcendent or an exalted ability hero with I think 7 summons remaining.
Wow, that's crazy.
So that you can rent those out. You can rent out each summon for like 3,000-4,000 crystal.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, but even having those, with 3 or 4 summons is still just, even having 1 summon, like
that's still good. Sure.
Summon is so invaluable because those 2 transcendent traits, especially the passive one, but also the active, are, I think, super valuable for PvP. Yeah. So to have summons on those,
right?
Ooh, baby.
And that's kind of what I was thinking about the other day, which is why I'm talking about these Gen Zeros right now. Is I think very, very soon, as PvP and PvE start to become like the big thing that we're getting into, I think a lot of people are going to be wanting these really, really higher quality heroes. And to get that process started, those of us that own these Gen Zeros, it's going to start with us. We're going to need to be having better pairs at the Gen 0 level, where our Gen 1s are going to be higher quality right off the bat, right? And then if we want to sell them and have other people build out the Gen 2s and 3s and so on, that's fine. But I think that those of us with Gen 0s really need to be looking at this. And so that's what I was doing with mine. I was looking, who are the players that I need to be reaching out to personally? And so it looks like Crypto Dream and Gaga, specifically for my pirate, are going to be the ones that I need to find.
Yeah. Well, and I know, so Christian Peter is working on that with his tool, and Frisky has mentioned like an in-game chatting tool. That'll be awesome when that comes. Yeah.
So of course that'll take some time, and I remember hearing somebody around the community was trying to do like a 5-way
3 wolves
network. That's right, it was 3 wolves trying to do some kind of 5-way pairing networking thing with Gen Zeros or whatever, like, here, I'll trade you for this and you trade me, and it was like 5 different
Yeah.
people involved. And I think he had a really good thing. So maybe I'll reach out to him since he's already done that.
Three Wolves is the bomb, man. Three Wolves, and he was in Miami. He's a real quiet guy, but good guy for the community. And I was in on one of the trades. It was so cool what happened. So I had a legendary night. It was my first legendary Gen0, and I was like real proud of it. But it wasn't, paired very well with my warrior anyways. And it was a gardener night, I think, which is, I don't care too much about the profession on those. It's more about trying to line up the stats. So, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to give it up because he had a rare berserker, and and I didn't have, and it didn't pair well with my seer that I already had. And so I was like, I don't know. And it was a foraging berserker. So at the time, it was like, okay, berserker's not a great forager. Neither is the, the bard or the shapeshifter. So, I was like, that's not a plus. There wasn't like a whole lot of pluses with this hero until I realized, like, wait a second, the spellbow is such a monster forager. We want foragers for that whole tree,
right?
To get the spellbow forager,
right?
Okay, and so that was like, okay, but he also threw in a Dread Knight, uncommon Dread Knight with a regular stone used. He threw in a mythic Dark Knight with 5 summons.
I think that just goes to show how the community is so supportive of each other and sharing and giving. Yeah, absolutely.
And he threw in a legendary warrior with an advanced ability and 1,000 crystal. So I came out like a champ. Very next thing I do, I get him. Okay, and I'm like, I wonder if there's any for sale. Let's just look in the tavern. There's only one seer in the tavern, period. And it just happened to be at the floor of all the Gen Zeros, and it just happened to have 3 abilities that match. And they didn't only match, but a couple of them were like 17.5 or 16% or something, like better than the 14.06. It was like, so I scrambled and bought it.
Wow.
So that just worked out like a dream. And it worked out. He was so excited. It worked out for his, and it actually ended up going to Ben Friend. So it was like part of this crazy trade.
Right.
So, okay. I keep meaning to ask, do you know how to look up the total number of pets in existence?
Total number of pets in existence. I don't think that I do right off, but there was a stats thing. Let's see if that stats from the Discord has anything about pets. It looks like it's only hero stats. So we've got all of the heroes and the generations and the classes, but it doesn't mention anything about pets here. I bet somebody does. I bet someone from Mythic Squad probably knows something about pets and a way to get that number.
How many pets are in existence currently? And like that are alive, not dead, because a lot of the pets have been burned.
Now,
too.
Is that something that we can just come into pets and look at the pet catalog and there's no number in there though.
Yeah, it doesn't show a number here.
Yeah.
Drives me nuts.
We can sort by ID down. So does this mean there's 34,000?
Hey, that could be.
But I mean, some of these pets would be burned, right? So there's not a total of 34,000 in existence right now, if this is true.
Surely at least that, I would think.
I think at most, there's 34,000. Some of them have been burned, is what I'm going to say, but maybe someone in chat knows better.
So wow, dude. So think about this for a second. If that's true, there's only 34,000 pets. That's between both foraging and fishing.
That's crazy.
Okay. There's 250,000 foragers and fishers out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
34,000 pets.
Yeah.
There's going to be 100,000 foragers and fishers that need a pet.
people are going to be hurting. People are going to be hurting.
People are going to need these pets.
Well, okay, let's stomp on the brakes just a little bit on this. So one of the things that we have to keep in mind is that many of those heroes, and I don't know how many, but many of those heroes could be owned by players that aren't around anymore. They're not playing the game. So I don't know how many less heroes are actually active, but to your point, that still is a massive number of heroes that need pets. Right. Yeah, absolutely.
But let's go extreme. Okay. Let's say out of 250,000 ish fishers and foragers, half of them are like dead on wallets that aren't being used, and people let's go big.
That is extreme, but okay.
So let's say then there's 125,000 fishers and foragers that are actually like being used in the game live right now.
Right.
Okay. So, and then let's say half of those, aren't to profession level 10 yet.
Right. So 60,000, right?
So 60,000 heroes where people want to do profession level 10 quests, and there's only 34,000 pets.
Yeah, you're going to need to get 30,000 new pets real quick.
Tears. Crystal.
Yeah. And that's 30,000 new pets. Like, people are going to want those within a week.
Yeah, like a week.
Right. And if you don't have them, then they're going to be trying whatever they can do to get them. And I think you're really going to see a price spike right when that happens.
Okay. And so then now, there is a bunch of gray and blue eggs out there that are going to get hatched, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So not only tier, like now we're talking when you do green, gray, and blue eggs out there that need to be hatched. Now we are so they kind of corrected us. I don't know if you caught it, but there is something around 16 million tiers in existence. And to hatch all of the green eggs is something like 7 or 8 million tiers.
Wow.
Okay, but now when you throw in gray and blue eggs on top of it, and half those tiers, I bet have a lot of the tiers are probably still sitting over there on Serendale 1.0, people that left the game.
Yeah.
Because that's when the tier drop rate was 5x more than what it is now.
Yep.
So somebody could come back and find that they've got 50,000, 100,000, a million tiers like sitting in their wallet.
Yeah.
They come back to the game right now and be like, jackpot. So
realistically, Grady, what do you think is actually going to happen when, so I can imagine that most of the tiers are going to get used up pretty quickly, like within the first few days of people realizing I've got all these heroes, I need pets for this stuff, and they're just going to use their so at that point, and there'll be a price spike. Okay, we know all that. But then the tiers are gone, right? Even if you want some, you can't buy some. And there's going to be so how do you foresee the next month following that when you've got all these desperate people that, I mean, they're just going to have to wait, right?
Yeah, you'll have to wait or just pay. Dang.
You won't even be able to pay.
A tier, 10 cents, 20 cents a tier. You'll have to either pay that or wait. But one thing is that the initial surge of professional 10 level quests will bring more tiers into the ecosystem because of the higher drop rates.
Right.
But here's will help mitigate some of that.
For me and for you, probably, and I'm sure several others, some of us that have so many pets, I'm not going to be selling my tiers, even if they are running at some amount, because I'm going to want to. I think my first priority is to make sure that all of my heroes have pets, right?
Yeah.
And so,
absolutely.
And that's before I sell anything. So why sell a tier if I'm going to be trying to use that tier, right? So I have a feeling the first spike up, I think you are going to see a lot of people trying to financially make gains off of that, right? They're like, oh, here's a financial opportunity I have. And you're going to see a lot of people sell. But then as those are bought, they're being bought to be used. Most of them. Some of them might be being bought to be sold at a higher price, perhaps. But I think some of them, most of them, be bought to be used. So they're 90% of the tiers are going to be used up, as I would say, within the first week or two. And then you're going to have a month of people they're not being as much. And then the people that do get them are probably going to use a lot and so on. Hey, guess what? We got Christian Peter in the house. Hey, guys. It's going to rewatch the stream. Nice. Yeah. Great to see you here in chat. I want to say hey to Starbuck as well, who says 65,000 pets according to DFK Analytics. It does not indicate how many of those have been sent to pasture, though. So it's interesting that Starbuck is saying 65,000, but the game itself was only saying 34,000 for this. So I don't know. I don't know why these numbers might be different, but I'm gonna assume that Starbuck has probably got better information. I don't know why these are 34.
Or what could be going on there is that 30,000 of them have been burned, and that would not surprise me. Because I can tell you, I know me, Starbuck, and a lot of the big pet guys, you get that common 1-star, and I was burning all of them. For a while.
So Starbuck's saying duplicate numbers on DFK and Clayton. Oh, interesting. So I didn't even think that the numbers here would be being duplicated. But yeah, so Starbucks saying duplicate numbers. So there's 65,000 total pets, but you're right. There's no indication, and we know that several of those have been sent to pasture. So that's not going to be there. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's good to know.
That's crazy. Man. But still, that still means that we need a lot more pets. And they're just not going to be enough. There's not going to be enough tiers. And then even after that, there's still not going to be enough tiers for, I would say, for months and months. Unless the devs do something about it. I don't feel they should. I think maybe there'll just be a drought. Maybe there'll be a few months of drought of tiers and people won't be able to do level 10 questing because they don't have pets, right?
Right, or they just don't get the benefit. I'm not sure if it's required to have a pet for level 10 quest, but a lot of people said no, it won't be required. They didn't think.
Yes, that is also what my personal opinion was too. Now that you mention it, my personal opinion was you could probably do level 10 questing without the pets, but the pets are going to give you much higher advantages. But I could be mistaken with that too.
Yeah, but that's why I kind of think that the common 1-star pets might still be beneficial.
Oh man, I think we need an answer on that because like I said, I am 98% sure that I've heard from a dev that it's likely that common pets are going to be more expensive to feed than the value that they bring in. I'm 98% sure that I heard that from a dev. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's good to know.
But I could be wrong, so we definitely need to ask that question. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So then the other thing to think about that is the value of crystal and jade. So to hatch all those pets, everybody, if you're smart, you're doing the boom, right? Because the tiers alone, and also the value of eggs.
Oh, man.
So because people were saying the tiers are so high, well, we don't have enough eggs either. So you're going to want more eggs. You're not going to want to sell the eggs for the tiers.
Yeah.
You're actually going to want to buy eggs.
Yep.
And so, because we just don't have enough.
Yeah.
And so I think eggs are also going to pump, but then to hatch all those freaking eggs, let's just do, because we're talking blue and gray eggs that need to be hatched as well, plus the green. And then following that is the yellow and gold eggs. So, and that's, so we're talking like 100,000 eggs.
That's just insane.
That's insane. So, but let's say that we'll just go 1/5 of that number.
Okay.
And let's say 20,000 eggs are going to get hatched over this next month or two.
Okay.
Okay. And that times 50, 20,000 times 50 is how much on Crystal?
That math should be super easy, but 20,000 times 50 is going to be something like 1 million. Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that math. Come on, brain.
Yeah, right. Like 2 times 5.
Okay. 1 million.
It's 1 million, yeah.
No. 1 million times.
Oh.
Or is it? Okay.
50
what is
times,
it?
50 times 20,000 is 1 million.
Okay. So 1 million crystal or jade.
Yeah.
For that.
Yeah.
So what's that do? I guess that
should not be a lot, I guess. I don't think that's going to have a massive effect on the value of jade or jewel.
Right. Not anything that's like mind blowing. It is still a big impact, but not mind blowing.
But not mind blowing, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But that's good for, by the way, that's good for the jeweler, for our locked jewel.
Oh yeah.
Because like I think it's either 50, I think it's 30% of that goes to the jeweler.
That might be right. I forget the exact number, but I do remember it was higher now than it had been in the past. Yeah.
It's either 15 or 30. I think it's 15% maybe. And then 5% of that is actually burned.
Yeah, because I think it had been 10% or 5% in the past, and then they raised that. Yeah.
And then what's 30% is the DEX fees.
Yeah.
30% of the DEX fees goes to the jeweler.
Sounds right.
And then, okay. And then also, so that is good for crystal and jade still.
Sure.
Because 5% of that, so 50,000 gets burned. 50,000 of those tokens get burned. Plus, okay. Okay, so bullish for crystal and jade as well, but maybe not.
Not quite as much.
Nothing crazy, mind-blowing bullish.
But still, it is good, yeah.
The circulating supply of crystal and jade, like, how much is the circulating supply of crystal? It tells you right there. If you click on, I'm still sitting here laying in bed, actually.
Okay. Yeah,
if you click on the little, actually, and I can do it too, because I was leveling heroes while we were chatting earlier.
So in the meantime, while you're doing that, Stomposaurus is saying that the raffle is probably tomorrow night. And I don't remember seeing an announcement. I haven't looked at Discord today, though.
That happened today. They announced that today.
Yeah, let me
hop into the announcement. Tomorrow night, I think 9 p.m. Eastern for both the Gen0 raffles.
Ooh. Yeah, so I have not looked at the Discord today, but I am right now. We'll be hosting our 2 Gen0 drawings on YouTube this Thursday on the 12th, and that's like tomorrow, right? 9 p.m. Eastern, so that's 8 p.m. my time. Please take a look at the spreadsheet below. There's a tab for S-Jewel and a tab for Serendale Summoning. As a reminder, we are giving away 100 Gen0s to S-Jewel, 75 for the Summoners. That's 175 new Gen0s coming out tomorrow. Dang. So that's going to be nice.
How many summons did you do for the summoning event? Did you jump in that much?
I jumped in a little bit. I think I ended up getting about 8 or 9, which is not a lot, but I wanted a little bit of something in there.
Yeah. So one thing with this summoning event, there is super surprisingly
Yeah.
There was way more summons on this event than there was on the Crystal Veil summoning event.
What?
I
Hold
couldn't believe it.
I thought a few days ago we were, and by a few days, maybe a week or two ago, we were seeing that there was less summons on Serendale.
I thought
that
so
flip?
too.
Did that totally
Then
flip?
all of a sudden, people just went batshit crazy summoning on that last week.
So I will say that the summons that I did was probably in the last 1 or 2 days. And I will be honest, I think, man, I don't know if we're ever going to stop doing what we do, Grady. I don't think we are. But I do know that when we, and it's not just you and me, but all the content creators, when any of us are talking about things on stream, we have a tendency to change the behaviors of people. And it's not that we're anything special. I think it's just that we make some points or we talk about some topics that maybe people hadn't thought of, or they said, oh yeah, I didn't realize that or recognize that. And so if there is a good deal, then I think a lot of people are going to jump in on that. And I seem to remember you talking about something on one of your streams where you had made a comment that there was a fewer number of people doing their summons on Serendale. And when I heard that, I was like, you know what? I think you're right. I think I'm going to do an extra 2 or 3. So just hearing you caused me to do maybe 2 or 3 more summons than I was planning on doing. So there is, you know, and if all of that was right there in the last few days, I think that it's very likely that, and it wouldn't even have to be us as I mean, I don't want to say that it was we content creators are doing it, but anyone, even if they weren't looking at content creators, if they're noticing that there is a whole lot less summons on Serendale in the last week, then most intelligent people are going to say, oh, there's a lot less summons, I have a greater chance. And so they're just going to go ahead and do summons at the last minute anyway, right?
Yeah. And that was my thought process also with the S Jewel. With the S Jewel, I noticed way less S Jewel than there was C Jewel.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think a lot of people still had their C Jewel locked up.
Yep. So I did more summons on this one than I did on the Crystal Veil one. I
did too.
Okay. And on Crystal Veil, I was ranked 8th or 9th.
Oh, that's crazy.
Okay. Overall. And I didn't win. I didn't win that one.
Right. Yeah.
The C Jewel. Okay. And that kind of like, that hurt.
That hurt.
Because
I hear you.
I hadn't ever won a Gen0 at that point yet.
Right.
And I was like, what the hell? Because I lost, and a lot of people said this too, they lost a lot of money in the last one when Crystal Veil opened up on that raffle. Because they put in a lot in the jeweler and then didn't win and then lost their ass. And that I was one of them. I probably lost 50 grand from that.
See, and in that particular case, you could have gone out, you could have waited a little bit, and you could have bought, you know, 5 at least, or 10 Gen0s of your choice, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so the flip happened on this one, on S Jewel, where I think I put in maybe 6 grand spread across 6 different wallets.
Wow.
And
that's still a lot. That's
way less. And I have a really high chance to win at least one.
Nice.
I mean, it would be a really low chance to not win, I think, on the S Jewel.
Right.
Okay. Which I who knows, I might break those odds, but I have a real solid chance to win 2, I would say.
That's sweet.
Or even 3.
Yeah,
okay.
That would be cool.
Yeah, that would be nuts. Okay, so on the Crystal Veil summoning event, I did fewer summons and was ranked 8th or 9th. On the Serendale one, I did more summons, and I'm barely in the top 50.
Wow.
I mean, so crazy. We're talking massive amount of summoning happening.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if that has anything to do with DFK Helper.
Oh,
Do you know what I'm getting at?
possibly.
So
I think there's a few factors, because also just I think the floor of heroes are going to keep going up because of the value of tiers and all these items.
yeah.
And so it makes sense. But okay, finish your thought though with Helper.
So I do not know if DFK Helper had a summoning section in their stuff during the Crystal Veil summoning events. I think that this was just added recently, but DFK Helper has added a tab to their automated tool that lets us go through summons and automate that a little bit more. So can you imagine some of these people with these tools that have lined up 50 or 60 rows of their summons? So as soon as those either Gen 0s or Gen 1 or Gen 2 or whatever they are set up, then immediately and automatically they summon again. And then once they're waited their time, they'll summon again and again, all automated like that. So I could imagine that could help a lot of people. Of course, if they did it if that's what people were doing, I think we would have seen a lot more summons throughout the entire time. But like I said, I think this part of DFK Helper was just added in the last several weeks. And so maybe right there at the end, when we saw that spike, was specifically because people were using the automated part of this tool, maybe, right?
Yeah. Well, and I think also a lot of people are just kind of waiting for Jade to dump back down.
Yeah, that's true
too.
Yeah.
And so I like even guys like Brown Gent who never does stuff like that. Brown Gent did more than I did.
That's crazy. Yeah.
And I spent an entire day not taking a break, doing nothing the entire day but summoning.
Yeah.
And I had also spent another day doing several summons, and I summoned all, I was renting out some of my Gen 0, especially at first.
Mm-hmm.
When that first opened up, getting that Jade. But yeah.
Aphex is here. Aphex here is saying also the raffle sheets helped a lot too, gave people an outlook on reasonability of how many summons they needed to win. Yeah, and I think that's a really good point to make, is that when that type of data is made available to us in the community, and you see how easy it is. And I think even last summons event through Crystal, when I saw Zabu and a couple of other people winning a Gen 0 with 4 summons, even though that wasn't very likely, there's still a small chance that you're going to win with 4 summons. But the fact that Bullen came out and said 10% of the winners won with 4 summons or less, and I'm like, dude, that's pretty substantial. A 10% chance to win with less than 4 summons, then I'm going to do double that. And that's why I did about 8, because I was like, okay, if there's a 10% chance to win with 4, and I think that Serendale is going to have less summons, then I'm going to do 8 in Serendale this time. And that's what I did. Yeah. But
interesting.
But now it sounds like a lot of people were seeing that same information, and they recognized that a lot of people had won Crystal Veil with so few summons that they were all jumping in there, and they maybe did a little bit more. You have to give themselves a little boost. Yeah.
In the Mythic Squad Discord, if you go to like their pinned, I think in their general or their one of their chats, they have pinned not just the teams, I should say, spreadsheet. They have like an advanced spreadsheet that has everybody's in-game name next to the summons.
Yeah.
And so we know who did it all.
Yeah.
And so the dude that was first, so this guy, Harambe.
Oh yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah.
Harambe. Now there is another Harambe
Oh, a different one.
who
Okay.
who's different.
Are you sure it's not
but
just an alt account for the same person?
No, it's not, because Harambe messaged me and I thought it was him.
Okay.
He's like, nope, it's a different Harambe. I don't know who that is.
Okay.
And I think he even said, like, we're all wondering who this guy is.
Gotcha.
But this Harambe guy, there's a Harambe who's first, and he did like 690 summons. And then also fifth place is another Harambe that did an additional close to 400 summons. He did over 1,000 summons.
Dang, that's just insane.
That is like, damn.
The amount of money that you're spending to do that, I'm finding that a little difficult to believe that someone would do that when the money that was spent, they could just go out and buy a Gen0. It's like,
well, he probably already has a zillion. Like Vilvi, I think, was third or fourth, and I know, and she did like 454, I think, and she has over 8,000 or 9,000 heroes already, and a shit ton of Gen0s already.
Wow.
Those are just like your biggest bulls in the game, and with money on top of that. So, that's investment very possibly well spent.
I wonder.
Plus,
I wonder if there's something also about that, like a sense of pride that you are the #1 summoner, and they care about winning, but maybe it's a little bit more important that they show that, hey, I got 2,000 summons or 1,000 or whatever it is too, right?
Yeah.
Like
let's say somebody does 1,000 summons, and let's say they did that on an average Jade price of 20 cents, because some of those were probably 30 or 40 cents. Some of those were probably at 14 and 15 and 13 and 12 cents, when it was kind of down there.
Yeah.
So that is that's only $200.
Yeah.
To do 1,000 summons. Oh, wait. Hang on. 1,000 summons times. Okay, the average summoning price. What should an average summoning price be?
Let's say 100 or 60 or 70, maybe.
Yeah, right. But they might have been doing it with a bunch of like Gen 1 10 out of 10s.
That's true.
Where it's 32.
Yeah. So Apex has a good point here, I think. Says Rock, to be honest, when you're doing theory crafting and with the spreadsheet, on all of your summons are setting everything, and you're setting everything up and making advanced heroes, you really don't lose as much as you think. And that's really a good point too, is that, and this time with the 8 summons that I did, I tried to be at least a little smarter with my summons to get a little bit better heroes. So, yeah, that is something to be said also, is that even though someone could be spending or doing a lot of summons, they're probably reselling those to get quite a large amount back, right?
Yeah, that's right. And so in Harambe's case, he spent roughly $12,000 to do those 1,000+ summons.
Yeah.
Okay. And so if he's very, very likely, almost for sure, but not for sure, but almost for sure, will win 2 Gen0s. And right now, have you seen the floor of Gen0s? You want to check on that real quick? But
yeah, I think yesterday I was just looking and the floor was like 20,000. Did they change since yesterday?
20,000 Jade?
Yeah, 20,000 Jade.
Okay, so that's, dude, I mean, we're talking.
I mean, I can go in and look again right now, but that's what I saw yesterday.
Yeah, we're talking like, I mean, that's pushing $4,000 per Gen0. So right off the bat, if he wins those 2 Gen0s, he just won $8,000 of that $12,000 back. Plus, he's got 1,000 heroes on top of that. So he's going to come out like a champ. And then if the game pumps and everything pumps and hero floor, so he's got all those guys questing now, getting into more tiers and items.
Oh wow! Looks like the floor price has gone up even since last night. It looks like the cheapest ones are 24,000 right now.
Dang, and what's the cheapest Crystal Veil one?
Well, 31,000 in crystal.
Huh.
So that's a jump of about 5,000 in both jade and in crystal. About 5,000, which isn't too big of a jump, because like I said, it was about 20,000 jade and about 25,000 crystal last night when I checked. But there was only 1 or 2 Gen Zeros at that price. So it's probably someone came in, bought 1 or 2, or maybe a couple of people bought 1 each. But that's all it would take to jump up that to 24 and 31,000. So
yeah, and so that the floor of a Gen 0 right now is about $3,000.
Yeah. Which isn't,
dang.
I mean, that's a lot cheaper than when I was first looking at Gen Zeros.
Oh yeah, right. But the floor for a split second, got down as low as like $1,500.
Yeah.
Just 2 months ago.
Yeah, I remember that. In fact, I think I bought one somewhere around there, 1,700, 2,000.
Dang, yeah. So, and even just a few weeks ago, it was around 2,000, 2,200, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
So that in just short time is a big jump.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be the hard part. Like if you find that the matches and then you hit the guy up that owns it, you want to buy it off him. Like if someone hits me up and wants to just buy a Gen 0, I'm certainly open to it. But when I look at my Gen Zeros,
you're going to be looking at the floor price
I'm
too.
Thinking 2 years down the road, I'm thinking 1 year down the road what this thing's going to be worth.
Yeah.
And so I don't really want to let them go.
Right.
Even though, it's probably faulty thinking, because I could just turn around and buy another one.
Yeah.
So I could sell it for more than what I would want to buy another for, and then you're still good.
Yeah. And it also depends on, like, if you're trading somebody out, you'd probably trade. I mean, even like I would be willing to trade one of my other Gen Zeros for one of these that match up a little bit more. And then even like, when you were given a few extra add-ons to help compensate, maybe that could be worked out too. But ultimately, you feel you came out pretty good in your trade.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I came out phenomenal.
Yeah. And so I'm sure that's what you would want to do is a win-win where both people feel they do pretty well, right?
Yeah. It's because Three Wolves was like pumped.
Yeah.
He was celebrating the win, knowing that I got the better win. He made it that way. Because he also, like at the end, when he threw in, because first he offered, I think, the Warrior with an advanced ability, Legendary, and the Dread Knight. And then he threw in the Mythic Dark Knight with 5 out of 5 summons, Gen 1 or Gen 2 maybe. And then he threw in 1,000 crystal on top of all that.
Yeah. It's just crazy. It's good. Oh,
yeah.
So here's a question in chat I didn't want to miss. Eaton is saying something we talked about a little earlier. So Eaton, I guess you missed the massive talk that Grady gave a little while ago. But Grady, because you have such an interesting insight on this, and it's like in the tip of your brain and tongue right now, I'm going to go ahead and talk about this. So Eden says, guys, eggs will pump. We need a crazy amount of pets. They will make tiers cheaper. And then goes on to say, are pets, do you guys think eggs is a good buy right now? So do you want to touch on that?
And what he might mean by that is that once level 10 profession quests come out, there'll be a larger drop rate of the tiers. But at first, I think the shock of tiers is going to be insane in the membrane. But I definitely think it's a good buy for eggs right now. Yeah. Because Aphex and AP made a good point. Hey, they said, I'm just going to sell off some of my green eggs, to buy tiers so I can hatch all my eggs.
Yeah.
Well,
we're going to need those tiers.
We actually are going to want the eggs too, because we don't have enough pets.
That's true, but I mean, when you have an egg, how many of those eggs are going to hatch as commons? So in a way, like Brown Gent's mindset and strategy, I would much rather go out and buy a valuable pet that's going to actually function properly than to hatch a green egg that turns out to be a common that, again, from what I feel, is that common pets you're going to want to dump because they're not even worth feeding. They're not bringing back that. So if you've got like a 50% chance to get a common pet that you're going to have to trash, then why even spend that? But
let me tell you,
yeah,
the pet market's going to get all bought up because, again, there's not nearly enough pets to even cover the number of heroes.
You're right.
Quest level. So everybody's just going to go buy up all the pets.
Well, I mean, that's reason. That's part of the reason to buy now.
He's run into a big problem because now he's getting on Helper too. So Brown Gent's trying out Helper.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and he's got all these heroes now. So Brown Gent has gone, I think, from like 80 heroes. Now he's got 250 heroes.
I remember him saying that. It's crazy.
And so now he's what's he gonna do? Go out and buy 100 mythic pets?
He's gonna need a lot of pets for those.
I think so, yeah. So now he's got way more heroes. Now they're not going to be ready for level 10 profession quests, but it doesn't take. How long does it take to get to?
I think it might take 4 or 5 months at least.
To a stat profession 10?
Oh no, not stat. No, not stat profession.
Yeah, so to get your profession stat, actually, I think take less than a month, right?
Yeah, I think stat 10 is actually fairly quick.
Yeah. Like sometimes maybe even a couple weeks or less. Like if you're buying. Yeah,
I think so. A couple of weeks sounds about right. Yeah.
So then boom, that comes fast and you can already quest your level. Yeah, hey, I could figure this out because I was doing the summoning event. I've got plenty of those that I summoned from the summoning event sitting right in the wallet. I'll go look.
Yeah.
How long it takes, but I want to say it's like 2 weeks.
Sir Mir is saying 3 to 4 weeks. Usually it gets to profession level 10 around normal level 5. And then Sir Mir also Brown Gent playing the game. Absolutely, he is now.
Yeah, I love it. Brown Gent, man. Brown Gent is just really on fire with DeFi. Like his videos are just fire.
Yeah, he's got good quality.
High quality stuff. But yeah, he's gonna run into this where he's just like, oh shit, I don't have enough pets.
Well, I mean, if he's got 200 heroes, we already know that 100 heroes are gonna, I mean, at least 100 and probably closer to 200 are gonna get bought up. So, I mean, maybe I need to go buy some pets right now before Brown Gent jumps in there.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, but it's already happened. So the floor of the mythic pets is already like tripled in the last couple weeks, I think. Yeah, Brown Gent got some deals. He was buying up some of those awesome pets.
Yeah.
He bought up one for like 1,000 crystal. A mythic. Now look at the floor for mythic pets.
Floor for mythic? All right.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Floor for mythic is that's price.
Okay.
6,000 jade.
6,000?
Yeah.
I wonder how much in crystal I can go.
But there's only 2 that are that low. Then the next one is 9,000 jade.
Okay, I'm going to Crystalville.
And then there's only 2 in the 9,000s, and then the next one is 30,000. No.
And that's on Sarandale. In Crystalvale, I'm looking it up.
Dude. All right, so that's way expensive for me. So I'm gonna bring it down to rare, and let's just see, because I mean, I'm gonna need a couple of pets at least. And I'm willing to take some rares just to have fun with the game.
Yeah.
If we're looking at rares. All right, so rares are still 48, 55, 67, 73. So there's a few under 100. But man, I probably need to snatch these up. I don't even know. I probably should buy them right now before a bunch of people in the stream start to jump in there, and because I know that's going to happen. They're going to be they're Grady and Rock are talking about this stuff. We need to jump in there and buy those pets. So I probably need to buy them right now.
Well, and this has already been going on. You know, like Mythic Squad, they all talk about this all the time. And okay, so I'm looking on Crystal Vale. So before you buy, you might want to. I think it's cheaper on Crystal Vale.
Yeah,
okay.
It says Apex saying the market is on Crystal Vale.
Yeah. So you want to buy definitely. So there's a 7-star, but a 3-star combat, awesome freaking mythic pet for 2,500 crystal is the floor. Oh, and then there's a whelp that I think might be an odd pool is the second one. That's 2,700 crystal, and that's an 8-star. Then another 8-star whelp, 3,000 is numbered. Okay, then you got the bloater snail, which is an odd pool variant mythic. I think that's an odd pool at 3,250. Then a riverhold whelp at 3,399, and that's a 9-star. Ooh. That's tempting. I'm pretty sure that one's an odd pool.
I'm just going to buy a couple of these right now, these rares, just to have like something in my wallet when the day comes.
Yeah. Okay. And then on the legendary, the floor is still at 420, which is a pretty decent buy, I think. 450. 475, 475.
You're looking at mythics.
Yeah, those are legendaries. Okay, and then rares.
Sir Mir is saying I need to get a mythic. It's like,
Yeah, it's tempting. I'm thinking about buying some of these, maybe. Yeah, so the rare floor that's just a 2-star, 65 crystal, 65.9 crystal, which that's up. That's also okay. And then it quickly jumps up over 70, and then it doesn't take long to hit 80 crystal.
Yeah. Sir Mir saying only pet rock for you, my friend. Yeah, I need to find one of those pet rocks.
Yeah, there's only 5, I think, in existence.
Really?
Total. And there's only 4 or 5 snowmen.
Dang. I can't say that I'm willing to spend $1 million, but I do think that I need to have a pet rock just because of my name, Rock, right?
Oh, hello. That elevator finally just hit the top floor there.
Yeah. So
I love it.
Just to own it. And yeah, I think that would be cool. And maybe even a mythic pet rock as well. So let's see, I've got 42 crystal, so I can't even buy another pet. I bought one and I can't even afford another one at the moment. But yeah, I'm gonna need to look at pets a little bit more. Maybe I'll juggle some money around, but at least now I have this one rare Fae.
There you go.
So I've got something at least in my wallet.
And how many heroes do you have now?
About 100.
Okay.
So I've got one pet and 100 heroes.
How many eggs do you have, or do you sell those off too?
I have not sold any of my eggs. So, yeah, I've got, but hang on, but I was giving away. Remember, I was giving away one pet egg a week for probably 2 or 3 months. So I probably gave away like 10 eggs or 10 pets.
Okay.
So
so
let's see.
This comes back to the question of what about the value of eggs?
So the eggs should go up. Looks like I've got a gold egg from something, but I've got 9 green, 12 yellow, and 2 gray. So it's not a ton, but I've got a few.
Yeah, you could hatch. You could start. So the other day, I couldn't even believe it. I hatched a triple star, a 9-star mythic merman.
Wow.
I couldn't believe it. And I have been smashing. I've been hitting a lot of legendaries and odd pools and rare backgrounds. I've been on a roll with the pet hatching.
Yeah.
just lately, because I was on a bad streak on a lot of things. Like I've kind of been on a bad summoning streak. I really, that last day when I summoned like 100 heroes or something, or 90 summons, maybe something like that.
Yeah.
I got so rugged.
Wow.
But I did hit maybe a couple mythics. But I was just not hitting on the advanced abilities. I was summoning. I had some pairs because shout out to Stomposaurus, baby. We got a man. So Stomposaurus, part of what spurred that on, my summoning just frenzy, was that Stomposaurus he's developed his own self-made tool to pair up in your own wallets. So if you're a whale, like I have, he quickly found at the time I had like 650 heroes.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean 1,650 heroes. So I'm over 1,700.
Right.
Yeah,
wow.
1,650 heroes. And he sent me like 100 and plus, like 120 or 130 pairs. I just sent him my 6 wallet addresses.
That's what I need, because that took me the most time to figure out.
Yeah. So it's such a pain in the ass.
It is.
Okay, to pair all those up.
Yep.
Okay. So he just straight sent me, like, maybe it was even like 150 pairs to summon.
Good grief.
And so I didn't take a piss break. I didn't eat. I didn't breathe.
Oh, no.
All I did was summon all the way up until 11:59.
Yes.
My last summon,
Yes.
literally, the crystal started blinking, and then the hero came, and then it clicked 11 p.m. my time, which was 12 midnight.
Yep.
When that last hero got summoned.
Wow.
And all I did, and I don't even think I summoned half of the ones that he sent me.
That's crazy.
I didn't have enough time.
Yeah.
Because I'm fighting against the damn bots, and then you got, all these heroes on all these across different blockchains too.
Yeah.
So so some of those pairs were like all 4 of the abilities matched, and stuff, and all kinds of like visual matches. And so then I get nothing but basics. Yeah. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
I
think if I'm going to suspect that Stomposaurus is probably going to make that tool available. But even if not, I know that other people are going to have tools very similar to that come out, because there's just so much of a need for that specific thing. More and more of us are going to have more heroes, and the time that it takes to match those up is so expensive that that's going to be one of the things that I think we're going to see. And as that happens, I think we're going to start having a lot more interesting pairs come up when those tools are finding those interesting pairs for us. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm glad that you got such interesting pairs and so many of them. That's really cool.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
How many just phenomenal pairs. It was like heaven. He just did it for me, and I was blown away. Because I think he was in your chat earlier. Shout out to Stomposaurus. And so I'm like, dude, I'll help you market this thing.
Exactly.
You can start making money.
Exactly.
It's so awesome.
Yeah, we got a lot of good developers, I think. A lot of good people that are creative types that are putting things together for just the community in general. I think that's amazing. Yeah.
I love it, man.
Yeah.
Well, should I hop off so you can finish your stream?
Well, I just realized what time it is, and I don't think there's much more that I wanted to discuss. I'm a little hungry. I think I'm probably going to hop off here too. So if you or if anyone in chat wants to start up a stream, are you thinking about starting one for yourself? Or are you going to chill out for a little bit?
Probably not right away, but okay. I think I am. I think, I got a message. I think Eric was maybe going to come on with me today the video editor, Eric. So I think I'll probably end up going live.
Okay.
I need to check on my kids.
Yep.
Get my kids tonight too.
Kids are important.
So last night when I got off with Zellies,
Uh-huh.
I was gonna go get my kids, and I'm such a time warp.
Yes.
And then because they were blowing up my phone, I'm like, oh, I'm about to get off, and so I was ignoring their calls.
Oh,
Well,
no.
next thing I know, they're already in bed.
Oh, wow.
My ex-wife said, "Don't even bother to come get them." I was like, "Oh my gosh."
I know how bad that feels. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't want to do that again.
No.
But I'll probably still will go live because this is just so like what? Wow. Wowzers.
Yeah.
The more we talk this out and think about it.
There's crazy stuff going on in here, man. I think that the more we talk, I think we are going to find some interesting ways to play the game. And several of us are going to have different types of strategies. I think it's very interesting. I'm already super excited. I'm already having fun. Even before there's much of a game, I'm feeling that it's already a game.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
I'm pumped, man. And I just love seeing all these gamers, like guru gamers, get all excited. The way Matty Pesk was last night. That stream was just awesome, by the way, last night.
To hear the excitement in these people's voices, absolutely. That's one of the things that really pumps me up too.
Yeah. He was like shining. There's like light emanating from his being.
Oh man. Yeah.
On there. It's so fun. Okay.
Yeah. All
Well,
right,
man, we'll catch up with you later.
Absolutely. I hope that you start streaming sometime later this evening, but within reason, of course. And yeah, thanks for hopping on. Thanks for chatting with me. I love it when you and, of course, Coolio was on a little earlier talking about DFK Helper. Anyway, let you go.
Okay.
Thanks for being here, man.
All right. Okay, man. Love you. We'll see you.
Love you, man.
Okay. Okay. Bye-bye.
And then as far as the rest of y'all here, I do think I'm going to wrap up my stream. It's a little after 5 p.m. my time. A couple of things I guess I will wrap up with. Let's not forget that there's been an announcement today. I think most of y'all are already aware of that. Tomorrow, there's going to be the Gen0 drawings on YouTube at 9 p.m. Eastern. So we want to make sure that we got caught up in that. I've got some people that own some Gen0s that I want to hunt down those people. So if anyone has some good ideas of how to hunt down Crypto Dream and Gaga, whoever those people might be, I think I'm going to try to get in touch with Three Wolves, since he's got a little bit of experience in kind of making deals and tracking down Gen0 stuff already. Maybe he's got some suggestions for me. I do remember that I saw some people in my chat mention I just need to try to look at Discord. I already did look at Discord. There's no one named Crypto Dream on Discord or anything similar. So it's somebody that's maybe not on Discord. They have a different name. So I think we just need to ask around a little bit. If anyone has ideas, shoot me a private message in Discord, and maybe I can do a little bit of that there. And of course, hopefully Christian Peter and other people that are going to have in-game communication routes is going to help. But I'd rather not wait for that. I'd like to get access to this other Gen0 that matches my pirate as quickly as possible, and start to have fun with that. So anyway, guys, thanks for being here, hanging out. Y'all in chat just had some amazing things to say and some good speculation and good insight. So again, thanks to all of y'all that have been here. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the stream right now. We're going to try to do another stream tomorrow. Again, I need to get back and target with, my normal daily streams. That is the goal. And hopefully we'll be able to get back on this soon. In the meantime, guys, I'm going to head on out for the day. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Until then, rock out. Let's hop on those docks.